Hello. How are you? How's it going? Nice to see you. Let me go and collect some resources quickly. I didn't do my chapters for yesterday. I was ChatGPT. I had a big argument with ChatGPT. I called it a scammer. It's like, is this a scam? I'm saying. I'm like a little Karen on the other end. I don't think it knew what to say back again. Because yesterday, if you remember, if maybe you weren't listening or you weren't here, it was a whole process. I'm not going to go into it all over again, but it was a whole process of like changing the name of the channel more in line with what I'm doing now. And because it was Lee's box before, because I basically had all sorts of different stuff in it, and it was a virtual box. So I was like, okay, I like boxes. I'll just call it Lee's box, and it can have all sorts of different stuff in it, have different content. It didn't have any particular theme in it or anything. It was just a mixture of different stuff. So anyway, I'm just recapping. I watched this video of this guy doing searching. Search optimization, because I want people to find this stream when it's going, like obviously. So he said go to ChatGPT and ask it to write. You can ask it to write well, at first he said you should optimize your description, your channel description, and I went and had a look, because I had this channel for years, I had a look. I never even wrote a description. I'm terrible at that sort of stuff. So I went to ChatGPT, and it all started there. And I was like, oh, maybe it can think up a name, So like I thought up a new name and got a list of possibilities from ChatGPT and picked the one I liked the most and had the most meaning and all that stuff. So now it's TheArcaneStreamer. I had a bunch of choices, and then it was like, it said, would you like me to design a banner and whatnot? I go, oh, okay, that sounds good. So I'm just on the free plan, not a plan even, I'm not even joined, I'm just visiting, So you get a certain amount of images per day that it will generate, and then it stops and asks you for money. Hence where the scam thing comes in. Because yesterday, it was generating a banner, but it was taking a really long time. And so it said, while we're waiting, would you like me to generate the logo, like the profile logo? And I go, yeah, okay, why not? So we to and froed on that, me and ChatGPT. I've never used it before, right, ever. So we designed the logo, and, I change it. I say, well, the font's different. I need a different colour font or different type of font, whatever. So it was like a process where I'd generate an image, and then I'd say, can we change this? And then it would generate a new one and change that again. And it would like, and it kept making mistakes. Like it would be perfect in one way, and only the font was wrong, or it would have the perfect font before, and the image needed tweaking. When it tweaked the image, it would put a different font on it, but the image would be right. So then I'd say, can you please put the font back that you had before? Because it's got the whole history to check, to read. It can read every single thing and know exactly what's happened, right? All the information it needs. But I'd say, can you put the font back? So it'd change the font, or in some cases didn't even change the font, just provided exactly the same thing. But every time it was doing these stupid mistakes, it was costing me one more generation of an image. And in the end it said, you've used up your quota for today, come back in 24 hours. So I was like, oh, okay. So I waited a day, I went in today to do the banner, right? And because I got the logo done, but I was waiting on the banner. So it started doing the banner, and it did a perfect banner that I really liked, but didn't include all the things that it said it was going to include for a start. But it was much more plain, but that's fine, I don't care. Because I used to just have a picture of a box, right? Because it was Lee's box, and I thought, oh, box will do. So I put a picture of a box on the profile and on the banner, right? So anyway, it was fine. But then when I went to load it onto YouTube, it was a tiny little sliver, and the text wouldn't show up. Right? It was all like it wasn't appearing anywhere on the screen, because there's three windows that you have. One is for TV, which is the biggest one. Then there's one for the desktop, which is bigger, and then the smallest one is for all devices like phones, mobiles, and stuff like that. And it shows you what's going to appear. And in the desktop one and the mobile one, there was basically nothing, no text. The title's missing, you know, and it's just part of the image. So I'm like, okay, I don't mind if some of the image is missing, but I at least want the name of the channel on it, right? In that lovely font that you've done. So I was like, can we just make the font, 50% smaller? And I got it back, and it was exactly the same, right? So that's one generation. Then I said, can we make it? Well, it ended up making it smaller, but it wasn't small enough. So I made it smaller, but it was the wrong font. And we went backwards and forwards like this, buckets of times, where I was saying, I was even taking screenshots of like the YouTube page, what's going wrong, and saying, look, this is what's the matter. It's fucking stupid as fuck, GPT. It's not smart at all. So I was telling it, but the really bad thing was I was telling it, like, the font before was perfect. I need the same exact font. Do not change the font. Reduce the size of the font, and keep the everything else exactly the same. The design and everything, all the graphics, keep them all the same. And it would come back, and the font would be the same size and the same as before, but all the graphics would be slightly different. Like, I go, no, I want it the same. So I go, okay, can you put the graphics back to, and I'd give them a copy and paste the previous one that it had done that was good back into the question, and so it would repeat that, but then it would give me the wrong font again, and it went backwards and forwards, and in the end, obviously, it said, you've used up your quota for today. Come back in 24 hours. And I'm going, is this a scam? Is this a scam to get me to pay money? It's going, it did a customer service on me. It said, I'm dreadfully sorry for your experience, and you're quite right, you're right to be upset, and blah, blah, blah. And in the end, what I did, I just took what it had given me, the best one, where there was basically the text was small enough, but it was in the wrong place. So I just cropped it out. I did it myself. I asked it, what's the exact font, what's the name of the font that you used in this particular image? And I showed it the image, which was the perfect font. And it gave me the name. It said, it could be this, it could be that, it could be another one. Don't you know? You did it. So I was like, okay, I went and looked at all three, and none of them were the right one. They're all completely different. Okay, you don't want to tell me the font that you used, right? So I was like, okay, and it's saying I can give you a transparency with the text missing, and you can take it to a designer and do it yourself and whatever. I'm thinking, no, you're doing I was hoping you're doing a perfectly good job on your own. So like, and I'm a cheapskate. I can't afford it anyway. I just want something to bang up. So, and what it provided in the first place was perfect. It was like great, but it was the wrong resolution. Like in the size of the text, it was way too big, and I couldn't fit it in the box. That was it. Everything else was great. And we went from there. It went downhill. Went to the shit toilet after that. It got worse and worse and worse. So in the end, what I did, I took the best font to. You can do a Find My Font site. I've used it before, where it'll visually look at an image with a font in it, and the OCR kind of program, and it will what's the word? Analyze the font and find a bunch of fonts that are similar. So I found something similar. So I made a new banner myself, and I changed the colour because I didn't like the white colour anyway. So I changed the colour, did the colour myself. Now the logo doesn't match the banner. So tomorrow I'm going to have to say to it, ChatGPT, please make me this picture without the font. Exactly the same without the font. And lucky it doesn't have hurt feelings or have a memory, because otherwise it'd be upset and say, fuck you told me I was a scammer. But I really think that's programmed into it, because it kept doing stupid mistakes. It's been going long enough, it should know by now. I was being extremely clear can you tell from the way I speak, I'm pretty accurate in like what I'm trying to convey? Like I'm not just that general that it wouldn't understand. I was saying, keep this exactly the same, just reduce it down in size, blah, 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 blah. And it kept making obvious mistakes. So I think they do that on purpose so that you run out of the quota and you go, oh shit, I want it done. I'll pay you the $25 a month, American, to, it's $25 a month, 24 I think, 24, 25. And I'll pay you that and I'll just get my picture done. Like, no, I'm not paying nothing. Fuck it. So, let me have a look. The Reapers today, I already looked. It's the Frozen Heart. Artifact, no IDs and no mount combats. Easy. I've got potions. Excuse me, potions I can use. I've done my loadout already, so all I need to do is go and find a group. So I'm a little bit aggravated because I had a bunch of shit to do already, and I sat there for 4 hours on this chat GPT going backwards and forwards, waiting for it to generate it, and then because it said it's busy at the moment, takes longer than normal. It's unusually busy right now. Blah blah blah. I go, yeah, okay, I'll wait. So I go and do something else online and wait. And then come back, and then it'll be wrong, and then I have to write out another explanation of fucking 50 words exactly what was wrong. And then it'll come back with, I was banging my head on the desk almost. Just, it's not hard. Just reduce the fucking font. Just make it smaller. That's it. Everything's the same. Everything else the same, just the font has to be smaller. And I couldn't understand it. It could not understand. I think it would not understand. I think it just wanted to use up all my, because things like that don't happen by accident. It's the cynic in me. It's like, yeah, they've just told it to do some stupid mistakes. But when I told it off, oh yeah, it was very apologetic. Oh no, it's not a scam, I'm sorry, but you're perfectly right to be upset. It's misunderstanding. Shall we proceed with the image? I go, yes please. I go, your quota has been used up, please come back in 23 hours. I go, fuck off. So I got really aggravated. I was like panicking because I wanted to do my chapters. I had to water the garden and do some other stuff, and I was like running out of time, and the sun's getting lower and lower in the sky. I'm like, oh, fucking, this should have only taken me half an hour. I was all excited too. I got up thinking I can do the banner today. Great. I was really excited and happy, and it just dragged out into these hours and hours and hours of shit and stupid mistakes. So I guess it's not just people that can be incompetent, it's also computers. I guess there's other AI image, probably better ones as well. I think ChatGPT is very good for texts and words. I mean, that's why it was recommended by that guy in the first place for the channel description. I'm not sure if it's that good for images, but you know, I was happy with what it did initially. I just wanted it to fit the fucking screen properly, so that when it was there, you could actually see the detail, like see the text, see the name, whatever. And as it was, half the details that they put around the edges were all gone. So yeah, and it annoys me because it started off saying it's like, you know, typical tradesman says, oh yeah, we can do it, we know what we're doing, this is what we'll do blah 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 blah, and then in the end they just fuck it all up. They don't know what they're doing. it was like that. It started off going, we'll do this lovely thing, and it was great on the sales pitch. Like, we'll do this resolution, will be exactly right for YouTube, and you know, what would you like? It gave me all these options, and I told it what I wanted, and da-da-da-da. So it started off, it supposedly knew exactly what resolution it was supposed to be for YouTube to display properly and all that shit. And I'd expect AI to understand the digital side of YouTube and the algorithm and all that type of stuff, because they're the same, talking in the same language. So you think it would know how to do something for something like an online digital platform, optimized for it, but nope. It was useless. I couldn't use it. After all of those tries and all those mistakes, what they gave me in the end, I couldn't actually use. And I ended up doing it myself anyway, with part of the picture that they gave me. I should have just gone to Google and done a picture search. Picked a picture and put my text over it. It would have been fucking faster. But yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's blue with a bit of pinky purple in it. Check it out, it's alright. So the logo I'll do tomorrow, because I want the logo text font to match the text color to match the banner. It's never easy, is it? Oh yeah, I sold something. What was it? I sold the standard mode, but I also sold, you know, those two companions I had up that I got in error. I sold those as well. I know. I sold one of them. Insignia. Okay. So what was I going to do? I was say yesterday. That's right. I was going to go to. I was going to do some cube farming. That's right. Because I'm really good at farming the cubes. I can do about one every half hour or so. And I've got 8 left because I wasted a few on this really long one on the Tenebraloth boss. But as I was saying yesterday, I'm not sure how it really works because I've never had a drop. I know the drops are low, and the drops are almost non-existent. People complain about it, so I haven't done that many that I haven't seen any drops that I'd think that there was something else wrong. It might just be the low drop rate. However, I thought I'm not getting anywhere doing it the way just jumping in, and I thought the other day, about 2-3 days ago, I joined in one. And I had the quest, the weekly quest to kill the Tenebraloth boss, and it didn't happen. I killed it. I was there when it died. I was hitting it, went from about half health or something when I jumped in, and it wasn't credited to my character that I killed it for the account, and I thought. For the quest, and I thought, oh, okay, maybe there's something to do with you've got to join right at the start. You've got to start it off to get or at a certain early point. Anyway, I'll just focus on this for a sec. But I'm thinking that maybe I need to join a party instead. Just let me focus on this. I'll continue after this dungeon, like I usually do when I'm going around doing influence and stuff like that. In between fights, I can talk then. Where'd everyone fucking go? The Arcane Singularity always bumps it up. It's an awesome power.
I hope you like jamming too.
Forgot the music was on. That was quiet. I'll take those tokens. I need those, thank you. Oh, I will for something. That was handy.
Hey, don't call me Flapjack for nothing. Go on, speak your mind.
Right, let's see what sort of stuff I get today. I'm just going to keep opening the same lockbox. Even though I've got now what I want out of it, I've got Flapjack twice out of it, which was great. And I haven't got the guppies, but I got 2 Flapjacks, which is pretty good. What's this one? Slow. No, not interested. I'm turning the music down to 42. Normally I have it at 50. I've put it down to 42. It's always a little bit too loud. So. But yeah, I'm going to keep opening the same one for now because I'm up to number, how many? 62 of them. At 75 I get 1,000 bars more. I want to get as many trade bars as I can. I might go over some of the older ones and see if I'm close to any trade bars as well. Because there's the rune board mount, the Beholder rune board mount, which is in the trade bar store for the summer festival. And I'm guessing it's going to be, you know, several thousand trade bars. So I don't know what it's going to cost, but yeah. So I'll just keep doing this one because I'm getting closer to getting better stuff anyway. I won't undercut him, I'll just leave it at 30. I think 30 is fair, good price. They can sell those first. More tokens. Okay, cool. Right, let me go and get my companion tokens from the Reaper store for the day. I've got a ton of companions still to upgrade. So the would be nice is to have. I've done all the main ones that I need to, but I've still got the it would be nice ones like Wolfgar and there's a few. You can always do more companions. So it costs 175 to get from Mythic to Celestial. I think it's 125 or something to get from Legendary to Mythic.
Go on, speak your mind.
Good day, adventurer. Have you been around?
Is that music better? A little bit lower? I'm still turning this one off because I still hate the fuck out of it.
Oh, hello,
It sounds a little bit better balanced, doesn't it?
That you could take care of.
Used to override everything else.
Hey there, adventurer. The steward has...
Oh, hi, adventurer.
Yeah, it's more like background music now instead of foreground music. So I'll keep it on 42. Except that one, I can't stand it. It's like a knife going into my head. What? Henry? So I can even do Lil End. I can do the vampire, I want to do the Vampire Bride as well. For the tanky loadout I'm going to do eventually. Lil End, I can do her. I mean, some of these powers, when they're ranked up properly, on some of them might be really good actually, you know. This one's great, doing extra damage against enemies that are not facing you. I want to do Wolfgar. And Shadow Demon I want to do. Sergeant Nox I want to do. Rust Monster. I want to do a bunch of them, just to have them so that I can put them on and I don't lose item level. And I've got choices, and it just, if I feel like it that day, I can just put it on. So, and Drizzt, that's probably be the next one I do actually, Drizzt. Because it's a party bonus one. Gives everyone 3% damage bonus. Doesn't go up when you push it to Celestial, but same as Regis didn't go up. But your item level goes down if it's not Celestial. So yeah, I forgot what I was talking about anyway. I was going to say, I was going to continue after I got back in here. Let me see, what I was talking about, the banner, wasn't I? Can't remember what I was talking about now, doesn't matter. Yeah, I've never used GPT before. I'm not impressed. It's either really, really stupid or it's been programmed to scam people so that you have to pay. I wouldn't be surprised at all. It's Google, isn't it? The fucking money-hungry CUNTs. Money-hungry bastards they are. Sorry Google, but you know, you are. Everything's about money. That's why I always recommend people that use YouTube use an ad blocker and don't have to watch ads. The best one's uBlock. It's called uBlock. uBlock something. Origin. uBlock Origin. That's right. And it's got an added bonus.
Challenge of Tempest.
It's got an added bonus. You can put your own code in, and it can customize websites for you. So when good old YouTube changed to the new format, I went and looked up a Reddit thread and found out the code to put in uBlock and reverted it back to the old format. And I like it a lot better. I didn't like it when they changed it. They made the search bar different. It was like really confusing, and I thought it was finished. They made the search bar different, where it was like way bigger. And I forget now. I haven't seen it since the first time. Can't focus and talk at the same time. They changed it. I saw it. I hated it. And I found out how to get rid of it. That's all I know. So, yeah, and I don't see any ads. I don't have premium. I don't see any ads. I'll put the, I'll be cheeky, I'll put it in the description box. I'm sure YouTube wouldn't like it, but I don't care. I'll put it in the description box for this, this stream. It's uBlock Origin, and there's also the code. I'll put the link to the post that I found with the code in it. You just copy and paste the code into a field in the ad blocker. When you put your own scripts in it, and it reverts everything back to how it used to be. Yeah, I highly recommend that. Anyway, so yeah, they're all about money. And a lot of the, like my channel is not monetized, right? I did apply for it a month or two ago when I started streaming. I thought I might as well apply. But I've had it for years and years and years and years and years and years. And I've never monetized anything on it. Not that I would have made much money, but I don't support ads, really. I don't like ads. But, you know, everyone needs to make a living, so I thought, why not? But at the moment, I'm not monetized. And I doubt that I will be either. Like, I don't think they're ever going to get off their ass and get back to me about it. So. And if I am, I'll say something. I'll like make some kind of acknowledgement of it. But for the time being, no, nothing like that. So I'm more than happy to put a link to an ad blocker in my description box, because I don't believe in the ads. We get enough shit rammed down our throats as it is. And it's like brainwashing, you know, they just want to fill your brain with all this rubbish. So yeah, I don't see ads on YouTube anymore. Because, I mean, they started, didn't they? They started off doing ads just a little bit, and then they just got really out of hand really fast. So I used a different ad blocker. I used Ghostery, that's right. There's one called Ghostery, which is very good. But YouTube learned how to disable it. And so it was constantly just turning it off. but they couldn't work out how to turn off uBlock. So every time they figured it out, uBlock would do something to update itself. It was so funny. So I went from Ghostery to uBlock. They're both free. They don't cost anything. And it was the same thing with Facebook. When Facebook changed its format years ago, you can find programs that would revert it back as well. There's one, I don't know anyone who uses Facebook anymore. I don't use it anymore. I use it for an address book, basically. That's it, just to keep in touch with people. Like people, I sort of, a lot of people I actually know, not just from online. Like people from school and stuff like that. Relatives, whatever. But it's more, I don't go in there hardly ever, actually. I'll just log in once or twice a month or something like that and have a look, see if there's any messages for me, and have a look at the first 5 things that pop up and then go and leave again. I don't stay there. I really don't like it anymore. I used to be there a lot. But when they started being, when the COVID thing started, and they were really, really anti anyone warning you about the dangers of the vaccine and stuff like that. I took that to mean they wanted people to die, because there was a lot of doctors and people like myself trying to save lives and say, look, this is not safe, you know. But they were shutting everyone up. I got suspended from Twitter, I think 3 times, for posting about vaccine dangers. And I had video after video after video taken down off YouTube, and I had my channel suspended about twice. Oh no, suspended once, and I got it back for putting pro-Palestine videos up as well. Those people have been tortured over there, you know, for 15 years I've been following it. And they've been tortured all that time. They're captured, they're tortured, they can't escape. People in Gaza, they can't get out unless they get permission from Israel, and all this rubbish. So, yeah, I'm not anti-Jewish. I'm not pro-Palestinian. I'm pro-life. I'm pro-human rights, and I don't like seeing. I've been watching it for a long time, and these little kids, 3 years old, 4 years old, traumatized and taught to hate Jews because of what they've seen their families blown up, you know, day after day. They're living on just enough food to keep themselves alive. And they can't. They're the most educated population on the planet per capita, and they can't travel. Well, sometimes they can, but only if they're given permission. They can't use their own seaport. People, like, there's a flotilla at the moment going over there to try and give them some aid, and that got boarded, and Greta Thunberg was on it, and all this rubbish. And it's just basically, when you know what's going on there, you can't support it. You can't let it happen. Like, the Israelis are treating the Palestinians the same way the Nazis treated the Jews. So they should know better, really. They shouldn't be treating those people that way. So, you know, but I'm not Muslim, I'm not Jewish, I don't have a personal stake in any of it, other than I see a group of people being persecuted, and I just feel so sad for them that I want to help them some way. So I just try and spread awareness of what's been going on for so long, and that's about all I can do, really. And tag politicians and keep poking them and saying, do something, put sanctions on Israel or whatever. So, yeah. So I had all sorts of material taken down from YouTube and from Twitter, and my account taken off me and Twitter a couple of times. And I was like, at least I can. I wrote to the Twitter people and said, like, at least I can sleep at night knowing I did the right thing. I was on the right side of history. I stood up for the right, the right side of everything. I didn't just put my head in the sand. Because I used to wonder, I thought, if I had been alive in World War II and I'd been in Nazi Germany, what would I have done? Would I have just like shut up and let them do it, or what? Would I have spoken up or got put in jail for protesting, or what exactly where would I have stood in those days? And then lo and behold, we've got opportunities now to do it. Like, it's exactly the same things are going on right now. So, you know, you can't just turn a blind eye. If you are, you're part of the problem. I know it sounds cliched, but it's when no one does anything that they feel emboldened to keep doing it. And it's between good and evil, basically. You've got evil in the world, you've got good in the world. And if no one stands up to an evil person, they just keep being evil. They don't stop. You have to try and at least put them in their place and tell them off. Push back a little bit, you know? So that they think twice, maybe, before they do something next time. So I don't want to get all political because this isn't the place for it, but you know, basically, someone said, so why are you? But basically, you know, like, you know, if what's happened in the past will continue to happen. It'll happen all over again if people do the same thing, which is basically just let it happen. Now, sometimes you've got to stand up for things that are bigger than your own life. You've got to do the right thing. It makes you feel good as well. You go to sleep thinking, at least I'm trying to make a difference in the world, so do something that you believe in. So, yeah, but the reason I started going on about that was that Facebook were being really censorship city. I mean, I don't believe in censorship. Let people make up their own minds, you know. If people can cross-check, if they're stupid enough to believe misinformation, then that's their own stupid fault. You've got all the information there. You can cross-check and double-check and triple-check yourself if you want to online. You've got all the information all the journalists have got. You can look up any articles you want to, all the information you need to find to work out if what you're reading is true or not. There's really no excuse. So anyway, so I got sick of the censorship, so I moved from Facebook onto Twitter at the time, before it was X, because I had an account there for a very long time, but never used it. Like I forwarded stuff from my Facebook account. And I used to be able to automatically post whatever I posted on Facebook would go straight to my Twitter as well. Then they stopped doing that, so it was pointless. Let's go Dread Ring and see if I can get a epic enchanting stone. Maybe. At least I'll get a little bit of currency anyway. So I didn't use Twitter for a long time. I was always on Facebook posting there. And then they got too censorship happy.
Wrath Modar has given us the...
And I was like, oh, I'm out of here. This is fucked. Don't tell me what to say or what not to say. It's like, reminds me of that reminds me of that clip of the New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern at the time saying, "Don't believe anything anyone tells you. We will be your sole source of truth." It's like 1984 Big Brother, isn't it? It's like every day the government does shitty things to people, and they go, "I hate the government. They're all cunts. They're all. Excuse my language, but they're all absolute assholes. They're all out for it themselves. Politicians have got their noses in the trough." Everybody knows that politicians are like they want to be rock stars, but they've got no talent, right? Do you know what I mean? They love the attention, they love the adulation, they love the power. It attracts all the wrong sorts of people. Sometimes they're okay, but most of the time they're in it for the wrong reasons. They're in it for the lifestyle and the easy job and all that, and just meetings all day, whatever. It makes me really laugh a bit when every day people know what the government's like, how bad they are, that they just use us up and tax the shit out of us, and we get all our money ripped off from us, and we're little slaves, and they keep raising the retirement age because they can't afford to pay pensions, and they want to slave everyone to, soon everyone's going to be 75 before they can retire. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. 75, your body's falling apart, and you want to be in a retirement home. So they work you from babyhood to death, basically, and tax you all the way and never give you anything value back because they're using it for themselves. So it makes me laugh. What makes me laugh is that all the time, everyone knows this, and then suddenly COVID came along and the government's going, "Oh, trust us, we know what's best for your health," and everybody believed it. They did exactly what they were told. They go, "Oh yeah, I'll take this vaccine that's never been tested. Oh yeah, I'll do that." It was not tested. It was only tested on a very small amount. Like, they tried doing RSV vaccines for upper respiratory vaccines are really traditionally really impossible to make. They have this paradoxical, how did that guy put it? This expert, one of the main proponents of vaccines, he testified and in front of Congress or whatever, I don't know who it was in front of, some government hearing. I've got the clip, and he said basically there's this paradoxical thing where it makes things worse, and like you have this vaccine and then all of a sudden when you do get exposed to something you get really sick and die, and we don't know why. He said we don't know why. They weren't meaning for the public to hear it, but he was saying it to the government officials. We don't understand why. It happened, several children died in this experiment, and then they put a halt to the whole program. And that was in like the 80s or something, or the 60s or the 70s. And then suddenly they expected it was going to be done in a few months. I mean, anyone with a brain knows that it wasn't going to be safe until they tested it over time. But they were manufacturing this fake emergency saying, "Oh, well, it's an emergency. We haven't got time for that. We've got to push it out now." Right? Because basically all they wanted to do was approve the technology for the mRNA technology so they could roll it all out. And they know people don't like gene therapy. They don't like the term gene therapy. They don't like the idea of their genes being tampered with. So they had to push it out because they see it as a cleaner, more efficient and cheaper way of doing vaccines than the traditional way they make them is they grow them in cultures like egg yolks or animal organs and stuff like that, cells, like liver cells from bats and rats and rabbits and pigs and stuff like that. They grow the virus in the cells of the animal product and then supposedly purify it. But those viruses, there's viruses in everything, all the animals' viruses, and they were contaminating the vaccines that people were giving to their babies and stuff. It's appalling if everyone knew what was going on, Most people just trust the doctors and they don't ask any questions. But I've been looking into it for such a long time, and the more you find out, the more horrified you get. No one's saying don't take vaccines. They're saying be careful. And if it's not tested or not necessary, why take it? If there's some of them that are good and some of them are not. But these people, they go, "Oh, all vaccines are good." Like it's a religion for these people. And if you question even one of them, it's going, "Oh, you're anti-vax." And there's people that pro-vax their whole lives, and then they get their child gets damaged, brain damaged or something, or nerve damaged, usually what it is. They get some kind of paralysis or some brain damage or something in the nervous system, and then they think twice about getting anything vaccinated again, and everyone points at them and says, you're anti-vax, you're anti-vax. And you hear them say it all the time. It's like, no, I'm not. I've vaccinated all my children, and they're all vaccinated on the schedule. It's just I had this problem with this one vaccine. So all rational thoughts gone out the window. It's like this medieval sort of like burn the witch type of thing. You speak out against the religion, and suddenly you're this evil thing. You've got to be killed and burned at the stake for it. Just for saying, well, maybe we should be careful. So, and other things like, all the kids have 40 vaccines. No, they actually have, by the age of 12, I think they have 75. When I was a kid, I had 3. And before that, I think they used to have 1, right? So I'm telling you that, there's 75 toxic vaccines full of mercury and aluminium and various animal viruses, and pumping it into little babies' bloodstreams when you don't have a fully developed immune system until your age of 3, right? It's not fully developed until you're 3 years old. So why'd you take a newborn and pump it full of hepatitis and expect it to be able to make antibodies for it? It will try, but it'll make mistakes. And this is all logical. This is all logical stuff. And I won't go on about it anymore, but I'm just saying, it's shocking when you think about it. So it makes me laugh that, anyway, when COVID came along and they pushed out this new technology that had never been tested on people before, the public was the guinea pigs. The public was the test lab. It was an open air lab, right? Same with 5G. The 5G people say it's an open air lab. They're testing all this stuff on everyone, without them knowing that it's being tested. People just assume, they go, oh no, it's safe, they've all done the testing, they know what they're doing. No, they don't. They're testing it on the public. They're getting all their data free. They don't want to pay for the studies. They say, we'll just test it, we'll roll it out to the public and see what happens. It's terrible. And they've got this overpopulation idea in their heads that there's too many people anyway, so they don't care if people die. It's just, they're just very cold, very detached, unemotional people that have got too much power. Bill Gates wants to block out the sunlight. I mean, how fucked is that? We need sunlight to live. And all the climate change people are going, oh, we need to get rid of the CO2. CO2 is part of life. It's what plants eat to keep us alive. Without plants, we don't have life. We don't have oxygen. Oh yeah, we get it from the ocean. Not much. It's a combination of everything. So, there's all these people talking a lot of shit, saying, oh, there's, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. The sunlight's bad. The carbon dioxide is bad. It's like, no, it's not. It's part of life. So when they came along with the COVID thing, and they were pushing it on everybody and saying, this is safe, go and take it, and they were threatening people with their jobs, and people were being put at gunpoint almost to take the fucking thing. And there was hot lots and cool lots. They had a vat. If you want to know what happened, they had vats, big vats that they mixed it in. But the lipids that they put the viruses in, the lipid nanoparticles, they're basically fat. They're made of an oil or a fat. Which, if you think of soup, when you make soup, when you've got oil and fat, what does it do? It rises to the top of the water, right? So in these vats, they had water and they had the lipid nanoparticles. They couldn't really mix it strongly because it was very fragile, the mRNA, and so they could only mix it a certain amount and no more. So basically, all the lipid nanoparticles were slowly rising to the top of the vat, and it wasn't stabilised properly, and they were rising to the top of the vat, and the outlet on the vats, they're big, huge vats, like hundreds of litres or whatever, 50 litres or whatever, are down at the bottom. So what was coming out first had hardly any vaccine in it, and then by the time it got down to the emptying out, the top of it was getting lower and lower, where all the lipid nanoparticles were, and you were getting these hot lots, these lots of vaccines that had masses more than they should have in it. So it wasn't mixed properly, and some people were getting sick, some people weren't. And that's why some people would have it and they go, I'm fine, and then someone else would get it, and instantly, within a few days, they've got fucking turbo cancer. Do you know what I mean? It's not safe. And these politicians expect us to just believe everything they say. So yeah, I was on Facebook and I was trying to warn people, like right in the very early days, 2021, the early part of 2020, sorry, because it came out COVID-19, wasn't it? So it started taking off in Australia and overseas about, I think it was February, March, April, May. It started getting really out of control, and all during 2020. And I was monitoring it really, really closely, and I had an open mind, and I was listening to all the experts and doing all that stuff. And when I found out some of these things, I was horrified. I was like, people just have to be careful. I never said, oh, this is dangerous. I just said we should find out if it is. We should be careful, right? As many other people were saying too. I wasn't just me, it was many people. Hundreds and thousands of people were trying to sort of say, put out a warning and warn people. And we were all banned, and shut up and had posts deleted, and it was a war going on that no one knows about other than the people that were trying to warn everyone, And then you'd say to someone that was pro-vaccine, you'd say, I think, you should be careful, it's dangerous. And they'd say, oh, I hope you die, I hope you die. In the one breath they're saying, saying, give it to the children, because it might kill granny, right? Give it to the children that aren't even at risk. They had like a 99.9% chance of being okay, right? Statistically, when they were under 10 or something, they had such good immune systems they weren't being affected by COVID at all. But they were giving this untested experimental vaccine with a new technology to little babies, and it got younger and younger. It was 8, then 7, then 6, then 5, then 4, down to 3 years old and shit. Giving it to them, and the proponents were going, oh, but if it saves one life, it's worth it, like it saved granny, when they can see granny, like the granny that they probably put in the aged care home and don't visit anymore because it's too much trouble. But anyway, that's beside the point. That's another story. But they were saying, oh, if it saves one life, and then in the same breath, they'd turn to you and go, I hope you die. I hope you get COVID and die. And I hope you never get any attention from the hospital. You don't deserve it. You're trying to kill people. You don't deserve to live. So they'd be like, everybody's life's important except yours because you don't believe what I believe. It was just, the worst fucking shit. It was just horrific. What I saw over those couple of years, mainly on Twitter, just really opened my eyes as to how sad the human race really is, and how what's the word, hypocritical and double standards, and got eyes shut and head in the sand like ostriches. And science, I'll just say one more thing and then I'll keep fighting. Science is questioning. Science is observing things with your own 5 senses. That's exactly what science is. That's how science started. When someone in a lab and they notice something with their eyes, their ears, their senses, they taste something, they write it down in a note, they keep records. That's what science is. And then over time, everyone compares their notes and they work out what's likely to be more true than others. But the basis of science, if I want to know if there's climate change making the planet warmer, I go outside and I say, is it cold or not? Do I feel with my senses, can I see with all my senses, is it colder or warmer? And for the last few years, I've noticed it's getting colder every day. So like every winter is colder. I got my heater on earlier. So my senses are telling me, my observations as an intelligent human being are telling me it's actually not getting warmer at all. At least it's not getting warmer. I know it feels colder, right? But that could be because I'm getting older. I don't know. But it's definitely not warmer. I know that. Right? It might be warmer somewhere else, but where I am, no, it's getting colder. So, or feels colder. So that's what science is, and it's observing things and questioning things and asking questions. The science is never settled, in quotation marks, like they said. The science is settled. No, the science is never settled. That's not how science works. Thalidomide used to be safe, and then they found out it was deforming everyone. People were being born without arms and legs and shit. Cigarette smoking used to be recommended by doctors. Cancer was never caused by cigarettes. There's always the established reality at the time, and then later on it comes out that something else is going on behind the scenes. So you never know everything. So you've always got to be questioning, because we never know enough as a human race to know everything, right? So we can't know that 100% that something's true. We can think it is, but we always need to be aware and open to new information, because new information can change everything. Do you know what I mean? So those people that say the science is settled, vaccines are safe, blah, 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 they're just really just nuts. That's all it is. They're just zealots. They're not scientifically minded. Don't listen to them. They're talking shit. They're just trying to cover their own guilt that they've given vaccines to their kids or they've taken them themselves, and they just want to go put their fingers in their ears and go la 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 la, like I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. That's what they're doing. They don't want to know about it because it's too confronting, because they might be wrong. That's the problem. They're threatened by the truth, might be too uncomfortable, and they'd rather not go there. That's what's going on, right? But basically, yeah, you're always going to know new things, and the science is never settled, ever, 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 ever. So I went from Facebook to Twitter, and then, you know, went through all this shit. And yeah, I started off by saying that Facebook and YouTube and stuff have become more and more money hungry, especially Google. So I don't spend any time on Facebook anymore, and I don't even spend much time on Twitter now either, or X anymore. There you go, that's the rant for the day. Not a rant so much, just public service announcement. Keep an open mind. Just keep an open mind in life. And don't be afraid of the truth. I would rather know the horrible truth than believe a lie, because at least knowing the horrible truth I can do something about it. Or deal with it and have some peace. You know, peace in my heart, knowing I know what's true. I mean, the human race would be a lot better if they all came together. I said online many times, I said, we're all on the same side. I said to the pro-vaxxers, I said, we're all on the same side. We all want the children to be healthy. We all want everyone to live a good, happy life. We're just coming from different points of view, that's all. So, I mean, people have got more in common than they realise, but, you know, it's divide and conquer. Politicians like to divide everyone, or maybe not even the politicians, but there's forces at work that like to keep everyone divided. While you're fighting each other, you don't notice what they're doing. Ain't that the truth? It's like the oldest trick in the book, divide and conquer. Look it up. You take two factions. I read a book years ago called Uncommon Sense by this English guy. It was really good. And it described how people go, like countries go into another country, second country, they find two factions that are sort of living side by side, but with tension. And then they exploit that tension and start them fighting against each other and make it get out of control and almost cause a civil war, right? And then they send their own troops in under the guise of quote-unquote peacekeeping, right? So they go in there to so-called keep the peace, because that's something that they've created, but no one knows that they've created, right? So they create this situation so that they can get their feet onto that soil and start setting up bases and getting their people there, right? Then what they do is they cause a war, and Donald Rumsfeld is shit for this. He's right into this, and what's the other one? Dick Cheney as well, and Victoria Nuland. The whole lot of them, they're all into the whole war machine, right? So they force a war. They go in. Everything blows up everything. Like they destroy the infrastructure, the buildings, the electricity supply, the roads, hospital, everything gets bombed, right? Then they go in and they send their own contractors in, right, to rebuild it. And they get government funding from the states or the UN or whatever, and then it goes to the contractors. Then the contractors, the money goes back to the country of origin, usually the United States or Europe somewhere, goes back, and then it goes back into the pocket of the people that caused it in the first place. Like Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney own all the contracting companies. They're the ones that make the money, and they're the ones that force the policies to go to war. It's a big circle. It goes around in a circle. But yeah, that's divide and conquer. You go into a country, you find two people that are living side by side, two groups of people that sort of get on but just have problems. There's always a little bit of tension there, and you just exploit that, and cause problems, like put in little spies and moles and make up stories and set off a bomb and say that they did it, and all this shit goes on all the time. The Israelis are really good at that shit, right? And then you go in, and again, I'm not anti-Jewish. I'm just anti-asshole, basically. And Israel is different from the Jewish people. Israel is a political movement. Zionism is a political movement. Jewishness and Judaism is a religion. And there's lots of people that are Jewish that don't support Israel. Don't doubt that, right? So you can criticise a country and you can criticise a government, as I like to do, and we all criticise our governments, and Israel's no different. So never think that because you can't criticise Israel because they're Jewish. You can. It's just a government like any other fucking government, right? And they're very good at just exploiting all those weaknesses. This is where the whole Shiite thing comes from. That's Israel doing that over there. So, and the US, the Americans do it all the time in Africa and the Middle East, and they're always trying to force these little rifts between people that should live together. And basically in Jerusalem and the Holy Land of Palestine, what was Palestine before Israel was created in 1949 or whatever, it was a lot of people living side by side. It was Islam, Judaism and Christians all living side by side in harmony. And I really think that, you know, those places exist by our great creator, right, to show as a shining example for the human race that we can get along, right? And it was the holiest place because it was the nicest place and the goodest place, if that makes sense, right? So of course they're going to go for, evil's going to go for that first and fuck it all up and start mucking it all up and trying to claim it and make it evil and corrupt it. That's what evil likes to do. It likes to take a little child and rape it, you know, and take away all its innocence and just defile it. Gets great pleasure out of the just taking something really innocent and beautiful and just making it evil and ugly. It loves doing that and saying this is mine. It's claiming it for itself. Evil's claiming it. Evil is claiming it for itself, right? This is why churches have got evil in them, because evil is going to go for the places where there's most goodness, you know, that used to be most goodness. So, yeah, this divide and conquer thing, you know. So basically, we've all got much more in common than we think we have. Not even just humans, us and animals and insects and all living beings. We've all got much more in common than we've got differences. We're alive, we see, we've got eyes, we dream, we shit, we fart, we eat, we need shelter, we're scared of things, we have happiness, we have families, we've got like so much, we've got legs and arms and bodies and, you know, mouths and teeth, and, you know, we're all the same. We're all the same. I'd even push it as far as plants, but maybe a lot of people can't understand that. But, you know, certainly humans have all got something in common. It's the differences are small. The differences are very, very small and manufactured. They're not real, but like other people will try and split those up. But yeah, when you're dealing with things like vaccine hesitancy and vaccine dangers, and all these controversial topics, people need to come together on that. They need to realise that the people that are pushing it and the people that are sort of supposedly against it are on the same side. They just want everyone to be safe, you know what I mean? No one wants everyone to die. It's ridiculous to think that. It's like saying Vladimir Putin is an evil tyrant. He's not an evil tyrant. It's like saying the guy in Syria was an evil tyrant before Assad. He wasn't either. He was loved by his people. He was democratically elected. And he had a very highly educated, successful country. He just didn't want any shit from America, that's all. So you hear these things like, oh, Saddam Hussein was a tyrant, he was like murdering his people and stuff. Yes, you do get nuts. You do get insane leaders once in a blue moon. You do. But these days, they just put it out like everybody's suddenly just a nut that wants to kill all their own people. I mean, use your own common sense. It's not true. They're just trying to paint them as an evil tyrant to get rid of them. Like weapons of mass destruction type propaganda, you know what I mean? So, you know, like, we're all on the same side, we're all humans, we all wake up, we all go to sleep, we all try and make the best of our lives. We all want what's best for our families and ourselves. We all wonder why the fuck we're here. Everyone's the same. So try and look at it that way. Don't look at everyone as, don't look at people like they're black, they're white, they're gay, they're straight, they're oh, who knows what, this political persuasion, that political, like, everybody's the same. They're just trying to find their way in the world, and the world needs to come together, not split apart. So that's all I want to say on that. And then by doing that, you actually beat these people at their game of trying to split everyone up. You're actually beating the evil that's trying to fuck up the world. Because can you actually say that things are better now than they were 15, 20 years ago? Society-wise? Or is it getting worse? I think you would say it's getting worse, isn't it? The world is a basket case at the moment. Total basket case. And we all know it. It's just some of us aren't afraid to say it. Some of us are quite happy to sort of speak out and say, you know, this is fucked, that's fucked. And there's other people that would rather sit by and just it's too confronting. They just don't want to know. They just want to pretend it's not happening. Which is usually, that's something from the old days, the Victorian days, when Queen Victoria was around in England, right? It's called the Victorian times. They used to have this attitude. It's very, like, if someone says it's a very Victorian attitude, that's what they mean. They used to just put their heads in the sand and go, if I don't know about it and don't acknowledge it, it won't be there. So certain things in life that they saw as sort of unsavoury, they just wouldn't talk about them, right? This is where mental health was always a big taboo, and homosexuality was a big taboo, and all these things were like, they were part of life, but they were never discussed. And if you did discuss them, it was like you were crucified for it, you know? And that was the Victorian mentality. It was like, we just want a happy life. And it was really weird. In some way, they just thought, we are the masters of our own destiny, so we will control reality. And the human race was starting to get really full of itself, and it was going through the industrial age, and it was like, we can do this, we can do that. We're so smart, we've reached the pinnacle of our strength and everything. And I think they just thought, we can make reality however we want it. So they just would only think about what they wanted to think about, and the things they thought of as nasty and unsavoury, they just ignore it, and they wouldn't speak about it. Like in polite, like maybe the great unwashed, the peasants down there spoke of stuff, but the aristocrats and all the people in positions of power, and the politicians and the middle class and the upper class, they wouldn't talk about this stuff because nice people, quote unquote, didn't talk about stuff like that. Lesbians and venereal disease. I mean, they all had venereal disease. They had syphilis. They all died of gonorrhea and syphilis and shit, but they wouldn't talk about stuff like that. And in the Victorian age, they used to cover the tablecloths. They'd cover the tables with tablecloths. They wouldn't show the table legs because it was considered rude to show the legs of the table. That's how fucked up they were. And my mother told me years ago, she said, in the Victorian age, not that she was part of it, but you know, she was telling me in the Victorian age, when a man and a woman wanted to have sex, when they were married, they had their full-on night shirts, like they had like long night clothes on the whole time. And I said, how did they have sex? And she said, oh, they had holes, like in their clothes. They wouldn't take their clothes off. I'm guessing that's not everybody. I mean, a lot of people probably got naked, but this is the attitude that we've come from, where everyone is just sort of like really closed-minded and doesn't want to talk about stuff or whatever. But we're much more similar than... yeah, oh, I got two. Awesome, thanks. We're much more similar than we think we are, and that's the way to go. Thank you for my 2 stones. Put them away. They come in really happy when you want to, handy when you want to make some quick diamonds. So I just save them. So I'll do my randoms, I guess.
All in a day's work for the child of the stargazer.
Stop jabbering and start playing, I guess. I just figure if I've got a point of view to offer, it might help someone. Do you know what I mean? One day in the future, 5, 10 years in the future, someone will watch this video and they go, oh, and like maybe it'll help them. I don't know. So it's part of me. I can put it out there into the world and leave it on the video. It might help someone. Who knows? At the very least, there won't be any other streams like this. Because I'm like playing an MMO and talking about these issues. But I don't do it a lot, do I? I don't do it a lot. I'm in different moods every day. So sometimes I talk about rubbish. Sometimes I don't talk at all. Yeah, it's very sad what happens with humanity lately, over the last few years. It doesn't have to be that way. Oh, that's right. I wasn't going to do randoms, wasn't I? I was just going to go up and do a cube farm. Let me do that. I'll just do a cube farm. I want to get some... Oh, that's what I was talking about. Yes. That's what I was talking about when I was in the Reapers. Or in the dungeon, rather. Okay, all right, back to the game. I've had experience where I haven't had anything dropping, and I need to get into a. I want to get into a party and find out if when you do the first hit as a party that you register and you got a higher chance of getting a drop. That's what I want to work out. Because I've joined in quite a few times now, and I've not got anything. I know the drop rate's very small. I know, negligible really. So that could be part of it easily, I know. But I've got a feeling. I've got a feeling from the other day when I had the weekly quest to kill Tenebraloth, right? And I jumped in halfway through, or just after halfway through, was hitting. I think I used 2 cubes as well. And just to be on the safe side, because I think I want to be using an active at the time it dies, because I'm not sure about that. And I didn't get the quest wasn't registered, and that led me to think maybe you have to be there at the start to register with the boss to get the quest, or to get it registered on the system that you're doing it to a certain point, and that may be also connected to why people aren't seeing drops. And then other people are posting fuck knows how much on the auction house, because they're probably getting loads of drops because they're doing it the proper way, whatever that is. So I'm thinking, rather than just jump in, because initially, I said this the other day, initially I thought, if you're in a party, because Aragon said in his video about it, when it first happened, when it first came out, when mod first launched, he said that the gear was dropping on the ground, right? The companion gear and stuff, because it just drops on the ground. Well, when something drops on the ground as a party, when you're in a party, and if I'm doing it myself, I'm in a party on my own. I'm in a party of one. Do you know what I mean? It's only when I add someone to the party that it becomes a party, technically. But still, I'm in a party on my own. And if I get a drop of something, it should drop for me, right? So I reasoned that if I'm in a party with randos that I don't know, and I've earned all these, I've spent all my time grinding out these fucking boxes to get these cubes, right? To do the boss with, and then I just join with random people that, you know, why are they going to give me drops? Because the way party loot works is the leader of the party assigns who gets what loot. So they can have it, everybody can just pick it up, everybody has free for all, or the leader decides, right? So anyone that's got any common sense, when they form a party, they will set the loot that they decide who gets what, right? So I didn't think my chances of getting given loot, if loot dropped, were very high, being that I wouldn't know the people in the party. That it was just like a random group of people. So I'd be helping them get the loot, but I wouldn't get any loot myself. Do you understand? So I thought, okay, but I've got a better chance of doing it on my own and just hitting the boss, and if it drops, I can get my drops. Does that make sense? So, but I haven't got any drops, and I'm seeing other people getting things and putting them in the auction house. And then the other day, this happened where I killed it, and I didn't get credit for the quests. And that was a warning sign, like a little warning bell went off in my head. I go, okay, well, maybe I didn't join early enough. And if that's the case, maybe I took it to another extreme and said, maybe you've got to hit it first. Maybe it's the party that hits it first that gets the drops, and anyone else that joins after that doesn't. So along those lines. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to grind out a bunch of cubes, because I've only got 8. So I'll grind out 6 or something like that today. So I'll have about 12, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 12. I want about 12 or 13. Then I'm going to join a tenor party from the start, and hopefully one that does a couple, and then I'll see if that's any different. And also what I can do is I can get to know a bit better by listening to them and get some information from the people that do it all the time, and they can say, yeah, what you do is da 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 da, because at the moment I've got no idea. I'm trying to work it out myself. So that's what we're going to do. So let me go and get some water. I'll go to the bathroom for 5 seconds, and I'll be back, and then I'll grind out cubes for 6 hours, whatever. I'll be back in a minute.
I hope you like jamming too.
For the Shadow Realm.
I'm going back with some chewing gum. Right, let me put my loadout on. Well, so I need 2 loadouts for this. Right, in case you didn't know. I need an AoE loadout for the farming part, and then I need a single target loadout for the assassins part. So what I do, I go down, farm the mains, for half an hour or whatever until I get the cube. Quest, rather, get the quest. And then it comes straight up here, join a party, go down, 5 minutes, do the assassins, rinse and repeat. Right, so I'll do my loadout first. So for Tyraturos, as I keep saying, if you're DPS, you want to be a little bit tanky, on the tanky side. So if you've got things like shields or something to bump up your defense is helpful. So I use Minotaur for crowd control because he helps pull them all into groups. He's very good in this area. He's got a good pull. And Vortex as well, and Arcane Singularity as well. There's those three to keep them together. Try and keep them disabled. Powers, I always put the shield on instead of icy terrain for AoE. I have the shield on AoE and single target to give me a bit more tankiness as well. Without this, I would have a much harder time. So it's just the extra hit points really that you need. And then for Artie, I've got Crimson Calamity. You might not be able to have that. You might not have it because it was only available a certain time, but something that does good AoE damage anyway. I use this mainly because it does about 500, 600,000 damage to each one of the mobs, and gives me a hit points as well. So it works really well for me. Up here, I don't use it really that much, but I use it up here all the time. So that's the AoE. A single target.
You called me down?
I want the Scorpion. There's no excuse for not having a Scorpion these days. You can get one from the trade bar store. I think you can get one from the Reaper store as well. I can't remember. I know he's in the trade bar store. I take off the boss one and put on Undying Overlord. Which gives me 9% less damage. This is for the assassins, right? Normally for a boss I'd have materia on, but like this isn't necessarily a boss. They're powerful bosses. The bigger they are is fine for the assassins, but I don't think they're bosses because they don't have boss bars. So I take off the materia one. Between these two I have to sacrifice one of them. So, and I need the speed. I can't take that off. I need the speed. So you got to have be quick as you can to jump out of the way. So I have Undying Overlord on there, right? So it's the Scorpion and that. So it gives me a bit of tankiness as well. Powers, once again, put the shield on instead of Ray of Enfeeblement. The shield will give you more. It gives you a bigger push and I think more hit points, slightly more hit points. But I'll put it there anyway. And the same artifact, Crimson Calamity. Because it does a lot of damage really fast, so it helps whittle them down if they're all around you. But it's backfired on me once or twice where it's killed me, so I don't know, anyway. But it usually works, so it makes me feel safer anyway. And I need full health there to heal up completely, so I need a health bar, a stone of health. I think that's it. Yep.
Will hunt.
16 minutes, so I might get rid of that.
Tell me about this campaign of yours.
Okay, I need to buy a new one, I think. I don't think I've got any more. No, I'm going to get another one. I always like to have a spare, at least one. That's fine, I can do bags later. Okay, so we put our potions on. So I always use my Invocation Blessing, Watermelon Sorbet for power and accuracy boost, because they're cheap as anything, so I just go through them like water. I need some more actually. Oh, no, I'm good for now. So I use Watermelon Sorbet. I use Crafted Potion of Power +1 because it persists through death. And depending on the loadout I've got, if I'm on just my normal one, like my unscaled one, I get better. I need the accuracy more and combat advantage. If I'm on the scaled one, I need more crit. So I go on to Wildstorm Elixir, which is what I used to use all the time. This is the one I use on my unscaled. So I use 4. I use that one, that one, that one, and that one. That's why they're all in a little row there. Okay, so let's go down. So you're looking for... See this cross here, and see next to it there's this little white path thing. That's where you want to go, that little path. There's a black thing there, there's a black thing here, black thing here. This is the entrance to the path. You click right there. It's not far. And you just basically kill mains. You clear that tunnel out about 6 times. You'll get the quest pop every time. I'll get 2. I've got 20 hours up my sleeve of overload. I have to have that one. Might go to another instance. I'm going the wrong way. I should just use the instance thing.
I smell death.
It's better if you've got the whole tunnels full and you can just go and clear it out over and over again without having them spawning at all the wrong times. It's busy. Find another one. I mean, you can get the quest to trigger from killing anything, but sometimes it does take a long time. This is the quickest way I found. Someone said right at the beginning that the quickest ways was to kill mains, and they were right too. I think they give points. I think certain. I'll take this chewing gum out of my mouth. I think it's on a point system. Because I've had it killing mini bosses as well. But sometimes in the heroics you can do so many heroics and it never triggers, so I don't know, because you're killing so many different mobs in the heroics, much more than here. So I think it's each one is a certain value towards a tally of some unknown amount that when you reach it triggers the quest, something like that. Try a busy one. See if it's busy. They're busy doing other stuff. Maybe. An assassin. Should I do it or go somewhere else? No, I'll try it. This instance is laggy, a little bit. put up with it. So by the time you get into the end one, you should have your daily up. You can do the Arcane Singularity. So that's a normal one. That's what I expect to do. Like that whole row of them in that order. And then they'll come back in the same order. They spawn in the same rate from when they die. So they don't, like, there's not some groups that wait longer than others. They're not random. So they'll all come back. The first one will come back, then the next one, then the next one. And by the time the first lot come back and I've killed them, the next one will be there waiting for me. That's why it's better just to do them in the right order. Otherwise you've got to go backwards and forwards. Waste time.
Challenge of Timora.
You sound so excited about it. I should have waited till they spawn, shouldn't I? There we go. You watch, the next ones will spawn before I finish killing these. Or very soon after. So you just run along till you get to the next slot and just wait. They should be along in a second.
Challenge of Torm.
Okay, I've got my Assassin's Quest anyway, so I don't need to do anymore. Normally it's about 6. 6 goes through this tunnel. That was very fast, so maybe it had a credit from yesterday or something sitting there. I don't know how it works. Right, so that's all you need to do. So then, as soon as you get it, you go back upstairs. You do not hang around. You don't stand around wondering what to eat for dinner or doing loadouts or something. And do not stay here. Do not just stand here. I did that once and it attacked me here. Like they'll turn up here as well. So just get the fuck out as soon as you can, and get into your loadout. Find a party. And the best place is by the carts, but I don't know what they're going to do, but I would suggest going to the carts anyway. It's the best place. I often suggest it. They're down there already. It's not good. You should start up here and all go down as one group, because they can start killing them before you're there.
There is strength in numbers. Break your chains and seize control. Sastam is not a god. He cannot see all. Think for yourself. And seize control. Sastam is not a god. He cannot see all. Sastam is not a god. He cannot see all.
This is not the right way to do it. Are you serious? The last place you want to be is in fighting people distracted. This is the worst place to be, mate. Worst place.
Think for yourselves. Sastam is not a god. He cannot see all. Break your chains and seize control. There is strength in numbers. Tam is not a god. He cannot see all. Break your chains and seize control. Break your chains and seize control. Tam is not a god. He cannot see all.
You don't have to kill things. Only kill things because they're in the way. You don't kill them to trigger it. There's no way. You don't have to do that. All you do is you go in between the carts and you just stand there, and they come within a couple of minutes. They're all there, and then after the third lot, the fourth one comes in, like literally immediately turns up straight away. But it's not true. You don't have to kill things to make it happen. I don't know why they do that, because you know what happens. You're so busy killing, surrounded by mobs. That's why I said that place was the worst place to go in there, because you're surrounded by things trying to kill you. So why on earth would you want to trigger an assassin in a situation like that? Because you don't see it in amongst all the mobs, and it'll kill you, and you'll fail. So what's the point? The best thing is that you've got everything out of the way, and you're in the work, and you're just standing there. And it will appear on its own. I've done it so many times. They just show up between those carts. It shows up and you kill it. Wait for the next one. It shows up. You kill it. Wait for the next one. You get ready, because the fourth round is going to come immediately after the third one. If you're in the right spot, the third one comes. You kill it, and then immediately the three come at once, and you get ready for those. And it's as quick and easy as you can be. You don't have to go running around looking for things, killing mobs, and so don't have to do all that shit. All it does is keep you distracted and more likely to die, because you're surrounded by mobs. You've got to have 100% concentration for the assassins when they turn up. You've got to be ready for them and see them. You don't want to be surrounded by shit. Because they're the same size as the monsters. Somebody killed some of them. They ran off without killing them all. Yeah, so you don't want them all around you. You don't want mobs around you when you've got the Assassin's Quest. You want to kill them as soon as possible to get them out of the way so it's clear, so there's nothing distracting you. That's the only reason you kill them, is to get them out of the way so you've got nothing around you. Not to trigger them. You don't need that. And the other thing is you need to stick together, you need to group up, stay really, really close, not wander off on your own like they were doing. That's just asking for trouble. You want to succeed? I know it sounds like I'm being pedantic, but do you want to succeed? Or do you want to not succeed? Do you want to do it fast, or do you want to just lose it and die? It's very easy to get killed. And you can get caught on your own, or you can get distracted with mobs everywhere around you and the assassins killing you while you're busy fighting something else. And you're using all your powers and all your cooldowns and everything is already being used when the assassin arrives. So you're not ready for it. You want all of your encounters ready to go, you want your artifact ready to go, you want everything ready. So that at the moment it shows up, you're ready to kill it. I wish there was something you could click to say no thank you and it'll go away. But you see how the Minotaur is working in harmony with my control powers as well. He's pulling them around, I'm pulling them around, he's pulling them around. So we're disabling them a lot. That's why I use him. I mean, we are control wizards after all. Called control wizard for a reason, because we've got control powers. $10,000 trade bars. How do they know that? That's why I'm saving my trade bars. Not for that one, for the beholder board. I don't want the chicken. New aura mount on the dragon chicken. Oh, is there? Okay. I think 5,000 trade bars more likely, but maybe 10, I don't know. Maybe they know it from another year when they had something else in there and I wasn't here. 10,000 seems a little high, to be honest. Like the special mounts for Summer Festival used to be 3 million Astral Diamonds from the Wondrous Bazaar. So what's 3 million equivalent in trade bars? That would be about what they're worth. I don't. 3 million is a sizable amount. It's not out of range if you save. So I don't know, I think probably 5 sounds, like trade bars are worth a lot more than Astral Diamonds. I don't know, I don't know, I'd need to find out what you can buy from the trade bar store that's worth about 3 million. I don't know what there is, if there is anything even. But that for a couple of years running, that's what they were 3 million, the special new mounts. Like Omen of Despair was 3 million, a Slab of Vecna was 3 million. Oh, hang on, Omen of Despair was in the Lockbox, that's wrong, sorry. My mistake. Not Omen of Despair. Slab of Vecna was... What was the other one? Slab of Vecna was one of them. Oh, I think it was the Barded Neverwinter Lion. I think it was the Barded the lion that has the really over the top blue trail on it. This one. I think that's the one that was that was the first one, I think. I can't remember, so don't quote me on it. But they're 3 million anyway. From the Wondrous Bazaar. But this time it's in the trade bar merchant, not the Wondrous Bazaar. So I would assume that it was equivalent. These things are so annoying. They're so annoying, these fucking things. I wish I could get rid of them. I'm assuming it would be the equivalent of 3 million AD. But who knows, you know. It's a new lot of devs. So. Maybe it is 10,000 trade bars. the design flaw? It should say press F to accept, and under that it should say press something else to cancel. So you can get rid of the fucking thing. It's right in the way. It's annoying. And when you're doing something like this, you don't want to be going looking for skill nodes, do you? Like, yeah, there's no skill nodes here. So, oh, there's one. I might do my own Assassin's groups again. Like I did last time. It's a little bit more reliable. Should spawn, should trigger soon. Yeah, I might make my own group, I think. I did my little jokers, they're looking for more arse. ASS. And then when it's full, I go, arse full, thank you. Just some gutter humour. Makes people smile. Looking for more arse. Looking for 2 more arse. Yeah. Looking for 4 more arse. Looking for 3 more arse. Looking for 2 more arse. Looking for 1 more arse. Arse full, thank you. we go. If anybody tells you that Crimson Calamity is not a good artifact, they're lying, or they don't know what they're talking about, one or the other. It's really good. In the right situation, it's really good. Like, for a range, when I first got it, I was like, oh yeah, this sounds great. But it didn't work for me initially, because I get the fuck out real fast, because I usually stand a certain amount of distance. Being ranged, I can do melee, I can jump around in amongst everyone, and I do, but generally, if I'm just playing normally, I'll be, if that orange thing is the mobs, I'll be about this far away, right? But with the Crimson Calamity, you've got to be like here. So I was coming in and letting it off. I still do it for the heroics up here, but it was annoying me. It wasn't fitting with my gameplay. It was being a rage player. But for a melee fighter who's already there, it's really, really good. All you do, you lose half your health, you just hit a potion straight after it and you heal back up, so you got all these extra hit points. It's really, really good. But yeah, initially I was like, nah, I don't like it. It doesn't work for me. And then I came up here and I found it works perfectly for me. Up here, it's great. But normally I don't use it. I only use it in certain circumstances if I'm really like surrounded by lots of mobs all the time. It's quite handy. Because it's a melee artifact. It's really, really good. It does really, really, really good damage. 500,000 on each enemy, multiple AoE. So, yeah, I don't think there's anything quite as good as that in the game. Let me see, I'm in a busy one, I'll go to 6. Go to 6. copied someone else's by mistake, so I stopped doing my joke. You two at the party? It's basically, you join someone's party, you do what the party leader says. If you want to make a party and call the shots, make your own party. That's why I'm doing a party, so I can say, okay, this is where we go, this is how it's going to go. Stay grouped up, don't run off on your own, and I can call the shots because I'm the party leader. Right? If I'm not a party leader, I have to more or less follow their lead because they're the leader. Do you know what I mean? So if someone joins your party and then starts calling all the shots, they're a fuckwit and they shouldn't be in the party. So you do your own thing, mate. I'm not interested. You do your own thing.
My blades are sharpened and ready. All in a day's work for the child of the Stargazer.
I've done this a shit amount of time.
Ain't no bummy flapjack for nothing.
Thanks to you.
I should have just kicked him out of the party instead of leaving. I should have just got rid of him. But no, I probably would have got rid of all of them. So. I think I'm getting trolled. There's a dude stay. I did say, please don't go down, didn't I? And then they jumped down and went down. Come here, come here. No. No. You form your own party.
world will pay. my past? I am Earth!
Break your chains and seize control. Zastam is not a god. He cannot see all. Break your chains and seize control. Break your chains and seize control. Zastam is not a god. He cannot see all. Zastam is not a god. He cannot see all. There is strength in numbers.
They speak of us in whispers.
Well, it took a ton longer than I expected. Who's that fuckwit? And my own desire to control the party, and that's okay, I'm allowed to. It's my party. It's my party. But I'm not crying. No. It's not worth crying. It's not worth getting upset over, that's for sure. But yeah, you don't join someone's party and then start telling everyone what to do. There's a certain hierarchy that goes with parties.
I smell death.
And you see his attitude, like, as soon as I said, no, you have your own party, you do it your own way, he goes, I cry like a little baby. I mean, he's a troll. He's a troll, that's all. That's what's going on, so. Okay. Just wasted a fucking hour with that shit. The best thing to do is you block and you move on. If someone's an idiot, they're an idiot. They're not going to change. He's the sort of person that if you're calling a train, right, he'll start calling another one just to troll, to fuck the train up. He's new to the game too because he's got one of the very recent handles. Well, unless he had an old account, which I doubt. Or maybe he didn't, he got banned, who knows. Some people have got really shitty lives. And so they really get off on being an arsehole to people in MMOs. Because it makes them feel happy and powerful. There's like got sociopathic tendencies. And slightly sadistic tendencies, so they like causing people suffering. He would like nothing more than to cause someone to cry. Believe me. Like he's almost like hopeful. He's sort of giving himself away by saying, are you crying? It's just like he wants you to cry. That'll make him happy. I've been around trolls for 20 years. I know what they're like. I spot them a mile off. Best thing to do with a troll is not give them what they want. Makes them upset. So you're in fact trolling the troll. Yeah, no, like, it's the same, I don't like it when someone's doing a train and someone else tries to take over that train. and start calling it when there's already someone calling, that gets my back up. And it's the same deal. It's exactly the same thing when you've got a party and you're putting a party together and then someone joins and starts trying to hijack the party and say how the party's going to run. That's wrong as well. There's a leader of a party for a reason. If I didn't mind, I would just join someone else's party, which is what I was doing. Remember? And I said, oh, look, I'll make my own party because it's easier. I can sort of say how things go. So then someone joins and does that. It's like, no, it's not happening. You make your own train. If you want to call the shots, make a train like everyone else. Don't join someone else's, party. Don't join someone else's party and then try and say this is how it's going to go. Like, make your own party. Be party leader, you know what I mean? Because it's also an opportunity for me to teach other people the quickest way to do it as well. So they're fucking that up for me and other people by trying to take over and go. Because what happens is when they all go down first, the first thing I'll say is don't go down there. Because they go down there, they start the process off for the party, and then they get the first assassin. So by the time other people get down there, or by the time I get down there, and it's my party, they've already won up. Do you know what I mean? So you're starting to fuck the whole system up by getting down there too soon. Everybody needs to do it together. They need to stay together and group up, and they need to go down together and get there at the same time for it to work really, really smoothly. Because sometimes you've got people that got like, they join the party and they've got like, they've already got two down. And then what happens is, like, I say all this for a reason, you know, it's not just being a dick or anything. There's a method behind it, because you get someone that's got, like, they've already killed two, and then they join a party, and you all form a party, and you go down together, and then you've got, like, 2 loads of quests happening, and so you're killing them, and you're not getting credit for your quest, and you think, I just killed one, I'm not got it. But if you've done it a few times, you know what's going on. But then someone will go, oh, I didn't get credit, what's happening? And while they're all confused and not sure what's going on, they're distracted. And that's when the assassin will turn up behind them and kill them while they're thinking of this other shit. You've got to be 100% focused on the assassins. And you go the 1, then you do the 2, then you do the 3, and then immediately after the 3, the 3 come back again, and they're gone. And it takes 5 minutes. It's literally nothing to do. But you can make it all messy and take a long time. You can run off on your own. You can get attacked on your own, which defeats the point of having a party in the first place. Might as well just try soloing it if you want to. You don't want to be around other monsters surrounded by mobs. Because as I said before, they will surround you. You'll be using up all your encounters and your potions, you know, getting all bothered with getting attacked, and you won't even see the assassins turn up, and they'll kill you, and then it's all a waste. Like before when that person died, because they were busy killing stuff all over the place. It's laggy. So there's certain things you do to make it go smoothly and quick. It's very fast. I can do a cube every half hour. And I'm not playing, I'm not fucking around, I just want to get it done, you know. And there's still people joining the mod that are new to it, that don't know. So I'm trying to teach them, this is the best place to go, this is the way you do it really fast and easy. Then they know and they can tell someone else, you know what I mean? But if everybody's going off on their own doing come here, or do this, do that, you know, then no one's going to learn nothing. You might as well just do your own stuff. I normally don't like making parties because I don't like being the centre of attention, right? I like sitting on the sidelines. But for this, I think it makes sense. So there's a reason behind it. So I do it because it's the best way to do it. And I know what I'm doing, and I know I can offer that to other people. So, yeah, I'm going to get my nose out of joint if someone takes over, basically. As you go and do your thing, I'll do mine. Do you know what I mean? I'm not playing. I'm not playing around. I want to get as many done as I can. If you want to troll someone, you can go on my ignore list. I need some peanuts. I still got the fucking music on, shit. Maybe that's why I'm getting slightly grumpy. Hang on a minute. I've said it many times, but you might not have heard me say it, but the music in this new mod, there's a tone underneath it. I'll try and... There's this one tone in amongst the music. Hear that low tone? Hear it when I can do that. When I do that, you can hear it, right? It's got these disharmonies in it, like these harmonics going on. It's like some pad that they've got the synthesizer when they've written the music and gone, oh, that sounds atmospheric, we'll use that. Hear that? It's got these harmonies that don't go with the other harmonies, and it creates this really bad disharmony. I'll go to another one. So it gives me a headache and it makes me grumpy as well. I noticed that the first day I was up here, I was like, I felt really grumpy and really depressed and like really yuck. And I was getting like a tension headache and stuff. And I'm like, what's going on? Like at the moment now, my temples are aching because of this fucking music. It's not the music, it's the tone in there. It's like a low resonant tone that's constantly there. So when you do music, I do music, right? When you've got synthesizers, right? Well, they used to be called synthesizers. You've got pads. They're called pads, and they're like preset sounds that have got like all sorts of stuff going on in them, and then they've got a musical aspect to them, like a note, a particular frequency, so you can use them to write stuff with. You can get some pads that are just more atmospheric and they're just more sounds than anything else. And you just hold it down basically and it just does the sound for you. Hard to find a place without fucking someone doing it. So I noticed I was feeling like really yuck, and I noticed everyone else in chat, because it was brand new and everyone's talking about what they thought of it, everyone was saying it's depressing, and they're all like starting to talk about really depressing matters and really horrible things, and like the general mood in chat was really bad and low and sort of quite sad, and I was like, what's going on? Why is everyone should be excited? It's a new mod, you know? And I worked out, at least for me, it's that music. Normally, if I go to Valinus and Avernus, I always have to turn both the ambient and the music. Again, I have to turn the ambient and the music down because they've both got something in there that gives me a tension headache. Right across every time, right across the front of my forehead, I get a tension headache. I have it after 5 minutes, like really fast. There's something in it that affects me, right? So I turned them off both there. But when I came up here and it was going, I tried the ambient and it wasn't the ambient, it's on the music track. Just the music track. So whoever's doing the music has thought, oh, that sounds atmospheric, I'll put that on. But it's like disharmonious. Can't you tell I'm farming, Mr. Morrigan? I'm farming. Go away, go to another one. Find your own. I'm farming. This is what you do in MMOs. You farm. You find a nice quiet map and you do your farming. And someone comes along and says, can I join you? Or they go and find their own map and do it on their own. So you're going to go away and find your own map, or you're going to speak to me? Yeah, the thunder's not so bad. I thought it was the thunder at the start, because it's constantly there, but it's not the thunder, it's that tone. It's got this, like, it forms this nasty harmony with the music, and it forms this disharmony, like this resonance that's not good to listen to. I'll go somewhere else then. You stay and have them, I'll find somewhere else. I'll do the hard work, alright? That's why there's lots of different instances, so people can do the things they need to do. I was here before, was I? There's a lockbox that dropped. See how easy it is to find somewhere? So I'm grumpy from that at times. It'll wear off. Don't take that tone with me. Remember they used to say that? I just want to do my grinding, alright? You don't want to let them knock you over because it takes too long to get up, and then they have another go at you. So you have to get up. You have to try not to let them knock you over in the first place. Which means staying out of all the red. So see how long it takes me to get the fucking group together this time. I'll have some peanuts first and calm the fuck down. And just for the record, if anyone's listening live and trying to snipe and shit like that, I'm not above reporting people. I've done it before. So just so you know. I know exactly what to say to the customer service to get someone locked out for a week. Okay? Because I don't take very kindly to antisocial behaviour. When someone's just going about, you could say, oh, I'm being antisocial, but I'm not. Or you could say, when someone's going about their own business and they're not bothering anyone else, they're trying to get something done, and they form a group and get people into that group, right? And then someone comes along and trolls them, well, that's being antisocial. That's the person that's in the wrong, and they know it. Like I used to lie down up in the Yawning Portal. There used to be this bit where you lay down. You could jump up on the top of the, it was like a structure, like a roof, and you could jump up on it and lie down up there. And I used to go there because I used to lie down and rest, and people used to jump on me trying to make me stand up. because you can, if you disrupt someone, you can jump on them and stop them from doing their sit or their stand or their lie down or sleep or whatever. And I was doing my role play. I was just like lying there sleeping in my little spot. And I had this girl came once and she sat on my face and she kept like, trying to sit on my face and stuff. So I reported that bitch. I said, yeah, this person's being antisocial. So that was a long time ago. It was like 6-7 years ago. I was like, oh, don't fuck around. Just leave me the fuck alone. Let me get on with my game, you know. So if it comes down to it, I will report someone if they aggravate me enough. I usually ignore them, but if they aggravate me enough, and if they've gone out of their way to troll me and spoil what I'm doing with my game, I will definitely put in a report. Don't worry about that. And at least get them chat banned for about 5 days or something, you know? That's never fun. It's happened to me before. You can't talk in any chat. You can read it, but you can't interact. Very frustrating. Really quiet. When I finish my peanuts, I'll tell you something. I'll wait till they do their good. I'm a really easygoing person, right? I know it doesn't sound like it, but I am. I want the best for everybody. You do your thing, I do mine. I don't judge anyone, right? Usually, I'll just won't make a fuss, right? But I've got teeth and I'll bite real hard if I get pushed far enough, right? I'm not afraid to push back at antisocial idiots. I've been in this game since it started, since Mod 2, the first year it was going. I know this game back to front. I know how it goes, I know how to play it, I know what I'm doing. I don't make up things that aren't true. If I don't know, I say so, but I know what I'm doing, right? So, if someone comes along in an antisocial way and tries to fucking troll me, I'll push back. I have no qualms in doing that, and I'll push really hard too. But generally speaking, I don't want any tension, I don't want any confrontation. I'm a Taurian, right? I just like doing my groove, do my thing, do my own habits and my own repetitive whatever's. I'm not a particularly stubborn Taurian either. I'm at the Gemini end. It was just my birthday not long ago. But, you know, I've got horns. I can push back real hard. Someone tried to get me banned from a game once, not this one, another one. And I was hosting parties. It was a virtual, like more of a social game than MMO really. It was still lots of people on avatars and buildings and stuff like that. There was like lots of dance parties and other stuff going on. Anyway, it was an adult game. It was just totally social. It was like a virtual world. You could do lots of things in there. No, I used to build things in there and host parties. And I was hosting a party on Christmas Eve for someone in a build that I just did, and they wanted to have their party there. And there was someone there that I didn't get along with, and we had each other on ignore. Or I had him on ignore. And he was being a dictator. He used to make everyone leave the game. If he didn't like them, he'd turn everyone against them. He was one of those people that was into all these machinations and backstabbing stuff and, you know, secret agendas, and he would have all these different alts and pretend to be new people and all this crazy nutty stuff. He was a very dangerous person. He still is, I guess. Anyway, so we didn't get along, and I had him on ignore. But he used to really like target someone, usually a girl, and make them cry and make them so miserable they wouldn't want to speak up anymore because he'd just pick on them so much they were too afraid to open their mouth. And it was a social game, so in the end they would leave, or like that's what he wanted. He wanted them to leave the game because he didn't like them, right? But anyway, I took him off ignore. It was a few days before Christmas. I took him off ignore and told him, gave him a piece of my mind and said, fuck, I forget what I said. I called him a lot of names, and anyway, I put him back on ignore. And then the next day or the day after, I think it was Christmas Eve, I got an email. I tried to log in to host my party, and I couldn't get in. I was banned for 72 hours over Christmas, like Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and Boxing Day. I wasn't able to get in, and I had this party to host on the Christmas Eve, and other things to do on the next few days. So I couldn't get in. I was furious. So I spent the next couple of days making this very, very long email to the company about his past behaviour, which I had never brought up. And I said he's dangerous. The police are going to get involved. People are killing themselves. Well, not killing them, but you know, real life harm is happening from his behaviour. And I sat there and I thought it out for about, I don't know, it was about a day and a half. I compiled this email. Like, it was a really long email, and it went into a lot of details about what he'd done. He used to pretend, like one thing he did, he pretended to be, like he had this girlfriend, right? And he was on this avatar, and he was dating the girlfriend, right? And she was in love with him, right? They dated in the game for a year or something. It was like a long time. She told me all about it. Like after, like this was one of the people that he tried to get out of the game because she knew him too well. Anyway, so she had a best friend who was a lesbian in the game, right? A female. And so what he did, he made another account on another avatar as a girl and wooed this girl, and she was thinking it was someone else, and he was dating both of them. He was dating his girlfriend and her best friend as a lesbian, right? And they both thought they were dating different people. And then they started getting really paranoid and thinking, because he was playing tricks with them, and they started thinking he was like, something was going on, so they tried to catch him out. So they were all in this one room, sort of like having, you know, sex with each other in a four-way. And he was having conversations like he was the two different people. They still weren't sure, after they tried to catch him out and tried to set this trap, if it was two people or not. That's how good he was. So he used to get up to all sorts of mischief, that guy. He was horrible. He was a real nasty piece of work. So anyway, I put in my email, I put all these sorts of things about people, you know, real life harm and wanting, like one person said they were suicidal. There was a returned veteran, like a war veteran from, I don't know what war, it was the Gulf War or something like that. And this guy had made him so depressed he wanted to kill himself, right? So it was real world stuff going on, right? So I wrote all of this down in this email, and they banned him. They banned him for life. I thought, don't you ban me over Christmas? I've got things to do. Just because I told you a few home truths. I wrote a very nice email, put a lot into that email.
In darkness, look to the
And I made it in a way that, you know, they would take notice of it. Like, you know, authorities are going to get involved if you don't do something about this guy. I was really, really pushy. So I can go there if I have to. So then we all decided to have a party, because he had so many enemies. We decided to have a party about he's gone. So I created this party, it's gone. I call it it. I said, it's gone. We had this huge party, but he created a new account on an old and called it sort of something similar and crashed the party. So we all put him on ignore, but yeah, anyway, that was drama, but yeah, I'm not afraid to go there if I have to. But normally I don't want to. Life's too short to be upset. And if you watch my streams, you know, I just do my own thing. I'm just happy doing my own thing. And if I'm in a group, I like sort of like helping everyone and not being, you know, taking over the group or anything like that. So I'm generally very laid back and very sort of easygoing. But I can go there. If I have to go there, I will, quite happily. I can be as nasty and as mean as you want me to be. As mean as you are to me, I can be worse. I can be about five times worse than you. I can go anywhere I need to go. Right, so yeah. Just saying. But no, normally I don't care. I don't want to do anything like that. So. The moral of the story is don't fuck with me, all right? Because I'll go there. I've got a lot of years experience doing this shit. You think I just fell off the tuna truck? Nope. I better look for a group, I guess. I think that other one got their group together. He was an asshole, that guy. He was so horrible. Made everybody miserable.
Just ask yourself, what would Mr. Slippery do?
And because he was so sadistic and so antisocial, he was a sociopath, right? Because he was so bad, I had to be even worse. So I won't say what I did, but I took it outside of the game anyway, which you normally don't do, but he deserved it. I knew all his social medias, because we were friends at one stage. I might just try and solo it myself. I've picked the wrong time to do this grind because it's like there's only 3 full instances.
I've never seen a strategy like that. I never grow tired of the sunrise. Is that your best attempt?
Yeah, I'll just try and solo it. If I die, I die. Okay.
Is that your best attempt?
That Cam is not a god. He cannot be all. Think for yourself.
If I die, I die. I don't give a shit.
Break your chains and seize control.
Challenge of Sylvanas.
Just to get rid of it.
strength in numbers.
Okay, the moment I get on top of that cart, they're going to appear. So I've got to jump on the cart and come back here.
That tab is not a god. He cannot be all. That tab is not a god. He cannot be all.
You can do it, but it's not guaranteed. I like it to be guaranteed. That's why I do the parties, so you guarantee it. But it's too quiet right now. So I'll just do it on my own. On my own. Oh, the other way. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the sort of person I keep to myself. I was like, just do my own thing. I just do my own thing. I keep to myself. I want everyone to be happy. That's my nature, right? But I can bite back really hard. I'm not a pushover by any means. So if someone like, basically I'm like a mirror in social situations. If someone's nice, I'm nice. If they're horrible, I'm horrible. Like if they're an asshole to me, I'll be an asshole back. I got my cursor back again. Cursor issue. Okay, let me just, I'll close the game off and come back in to get rid of the cursor, but I'll leave the stream running, so don't panic. So I'm still here, don't worry. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. I don't know why that happens. When the cursor appears, it shouldn't appear. Should not happen. Logging in, pressing play, the loading screen. It looks like the... Ugh. Oh no, don't tell me. Hang on a sec. It shouldn't be that. Dynamic vibrance is off. So it shouldn't be looking like that. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Try again. Just give us a sec. No, it's all lit up. It's all washed out. Like the dynamic vibrancy's on, but it shouldn't be. Oh, too bad. I'm coming in anyway. It's horrible.
Slaughter!
Do you see that? Can you see that? That's all like washed out and glowy. Oh. It's a dynamic vibrance. I have to turn it on and off, I think. It's really nasty. Nasty looking. Alright, give me 3-4 minutes. Hang on a sec. I'll go back to Tyraturos. Just give me a sec. I won't chat while I'm doing it. I'll be 3 minutes. I've lost my NVIDIA in the taskbar. Something's happened to the... have I been hacked? Is someone hacking me? Down the bottom. Anyway. How was that? Still doing it. I can't play it like that. It's all washed out. Hang on a minute. Hang on. Hang on. I'll turn it on, but I'll turn it right down. On, intensity 0, saturation 0. Try that. Don't know what's going on. No, it's behaving now because I've got it turned right. I've got it on, but it's down. It's down to 0. No, that's fine now. Okay, I'll do that next time. I'll just leave it on, but I'll leave it down to 0. If that makes a difference. So that's better. I can't stand that. I can't stand it. What's this? What am I looking for? What's supposed to be there? Nothing. try again. Sorry about all that. Technical difficulties. I'm not playing it with all washed out and really light like that. I can't do it. All I can see is the faults and the flaws in it. Find another one. The only way to really ban someone from a game is do there's an identifier on the hardware. VPNs, people can get around bans with VPNs, so they're useless. The normal kind of ban. So if someone is persistently being a nuisance and causing harm to others, there's an identifier that every website and every game has from your hardware, like a serial number. So they can ban you from that, and that way you have to at least get a new system. You at least have to get a new computer. Although you probably these days probably spoof it as well. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that you can. I don't know. This is from a few years ago. I found this out. So it's a hardware identifier number. At least it makes it difficult for the person to get back in. But that's only for hard cases where they're really, and it's for, you know, when they're persistent, they do over a long period of time, and they hurt a lot of people, like they've got like lots of victims, and it's in the game's best interest that they're just not in it. Not just for one or two things or stupid stuff, you don't bother with it. But if you had a big enough case presented to the devs or whoever's doing customer service, if you had a big enough case, compelling enough case, you put it together with evidence, because basically they know everything that happens. Everything is logged in these games. Every second that you're there, they can find out what you did, what you said, where you were, how long you were there. Everything's recorded, right? So you can't tell them a bunch of lies. You can't just make shit up. It's got to be true. You know? That's number one. You can't just like if someone was listening to this and go, oh, I can do that to someone. No, you have to tell, like, they do it to someone that didn't deserve it. I mean, you have to have proof that they've been doing it. But it's like a last resort, really, for the game, for people that run the game to get someone out. Seen it all before. Sometimes you have to act because it's in the interest of a lot of people. Because you come to these places to relax. You don't come to these places to be mentally scarred, you know. Or miserable. You don't come to these places for. You come to relax and chill out for whatever therapy you need. That's why you come. Some people it's social, some people it's solo, whatever. It's all good. So, but yeah, only in serious cases would you bother going that far. Putting it all together and like presenting it to the game, whoever runs the game. I mean very serious cases, not just stupid stuff. A lot of people think because they can use a VPN that they can get around any ban at all. It depends to what depth and how good the ban is. If it's just a normal ISP ban, yeah, you can get around it with a VPN. But if it's a hardware ID ban, no, you can't. Not unless you've got some serious program that can spoof that. I doubt it, but yeah, maybe find it on the Onion Net or whatever. They call it the dark web, but I call it the Onion Net because you use an Onion browser to use it. And yes, I've been there and it's very scary. It's a scary place. Some sick stuff on there. Not a place I'd want to go a lot, really. A lot of child porn. I mean, it's really bad. If you do the searches for the search engines and stuff. of really dodgy stuff, like babies and 3-year-old. I mean, like, I didn't see any of it, but I saw the descriptions of what they were advertising. I'm sure the FBI and all those people are monitoring all that shit anyway. So. It's actually good to have it there because it brings those people out and they expose themselves to the authorities. Sickening stuff. Yes, I'm standing here for my health. You fuckwit. Maybe they have a quest. Let them do their quest. I'll go back the other end of the way. Aren't I nice? Let them do their thing. Yeah, I don't like going in those places because that would open you up to being monitored more by whoever's watching. The best thing is not to have anything to do with any of that stuff. Years ago, when I was first into the Palestinian causes, and I first started going on Twitter this is like 8, 9, 10 years ago. I first started going on Twitter like really hardcore, doing like all the activism stuff, and I followed a lot of anonymous account, like anonymous with the mask. Anyway, so I was following all these anonymous accounts on Twitter, like loads of them, anonymous this, anonymous that, about 150 of them, a lot. And I got my hands on this program for DDoS attack. When they shut down a server, because they were hacking Israel at the time, and they said, anyone that wants this program, it's here. And I go, okay, I'll get that. And I had it for like all of about, I think, 24 hours, and I got rid of it. I was too worried that someone would find it. I'd be like, get arrested. Because it's like a tool of terrorism, really, like internet terrorism, digital terrorism, whatever. they don't take very kindly to shutting down websites. What they do is it sends, it's a very simple little program it wasn't very big. It was a tiny little program, it was only a couple of 100 megabytes or something. And it basically just sends a request really fucking fast over and over and over again to whatever website you put in it. It's just fucked up my rotation, man. So you know when someone says there's been an attack on a website and it's crashed, like financial websites, or there's been a protest against someone, what they were doing, they were crashing the Israeli websites in Israel. I don't think any of them are on Twitter anymore. I think all those accounts are inactive now. I still follow them all, but... You're fucking up my rotation, mate. So, yeah, basically you enter in a website and it puts in, and it just keeps sending really, really millions and millions of requests to that website, and it basically crashes the website because it can't handle all the traffic. It keeps it so busy with what this person's sending to it, this one program, that no one else can get access to the site. It just jams it up. So it was deceptively small and deceptively simple. And I had it like less than a day, and it was just sitting there. I was like, no, I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want anyone finding this on me. I never used it. Because if you use something like that, you've got to have like your own fake ISP and stuff. You couldn't do it through a VPN. It would be too slow. So you would need a dedicated ISP, like a normal ISP, like a burner phone, but like for the internet, for broadband. It was faster than a phone. So yeah, I never used it. I swear, I never used it. I thought about it, but I just had it sitting there. I go, no, this is too serious. This is not something I really want to be messed up around with. Fuck off! I'm just here on my own doing my farming. Leave me alone. Oh my goodness. Go away. Take your magic carpet and fuck off to another instance. I've got a carpet. I don't have that one. When that came out, I was like, ooh, I don't like that. Actually, I like it now. The starry one. It's good. When it came out, I was like, oh, that's stupid. Yeah, that's where you go. I guess you go on the onion net. Thank you. Said I've been around for years, I know what to do. Yeah, that's the closest I got to any of that sort of like really heavy duty stuff. And in the years that followed, I was like, oh, why did I get rid of that program? Because it was, nowadays, like, even this like 8 years later, 9 years later, whatever it is, they would now have bugs in them, I'm sure, which would like be tracking who's using it and stuff. Like planted by the authorities, so try and catch people. Like monitoring, like spyware and stuff, basically stuff like that. Stuff that gets all your computer details, like logs everything, finds out who you are and whatnot. This was before all that would have probably happened. Got 11. Excuse me. And in the years that have followed, I was like, sometimes I think, oh, why did I get rid of that? I should have put it on a USB and just hidden it somewhere safe or whatever, just in case, But no, I didn't. I deleted it, fully deleted it. I've got a feeling I'm going to end up conking out and getting killed by these assassins this time. I don't know why, I've just got a feeling. My fingers are sort of sweaty. Just be talking about all this hacking stuff. Typically, when my hands and my fingers get sweaty, I start making mistakes. So. Okay, focus. I'm sure there's people out there with much worse on their computers than that, but you know, still, you know, I'm an open book. Like, I've got nothing incriminating on my system. I used to mention the FBI and the CIA all the time in Twitter posts. Not all the time, but sometimes I'd tag them and stuff. Like, so I think that, and I got a mention by, who was it? Oh, no, I got followed by Homeland Security ones. I genuinely got a follow from the Homeland Security account of Twitter, when it was Twitter. I thought, oh, they noticed me. This is what I'm talking about, you know, Palestine and all this stuff. I hate Israel, blah, blah, blah. As opposed to Jewish people, I don't hate Jewish people. I love Jewish people. When I was really young, I think pretty much 75% or more of all my favourite entertainers were Jewish. They still are, really. Yep, they got me. Never mind. I was too distracted talking about that other stuff. Yeah, and they followed me for a while and then they stopped following me. So I guess they found out what they wanted to. But I'm an open book, you know, I've got nothing, I don't do anything illegal. So. Not that I know of. The worst stuff I do is I talk to politicians about, you know, various issues that I'm into, that need addressing. I go to the right channels and deal with the right channels. So I'm not one of these people that'll splash paint on a building and protest about it. No, this just doesn't achieve anything. It just makes the public hate those people more. So I'll just persistently tag someone in the relevant government department and bug the shit out of them until they do something. If I'm into an issue that I need fixing. Try again. When those people arrived, I thought, oh, I'm good now, they'll probably help out. But yeah, and I got killed, so whatever. You win some, you lose some. It's getting a little bit busy. Yeah, if someone annoys you, one way to get them to stop is to just follow them everywhere. You go right up in their face, and you just stay in their face for like a half an hour. Well, if you can, if they're on the same map. If they change maps and you can't find them, but if you find them again, you can look for them. You can search for names, handles and stuff in the maps anyway, can't you? Like you just go G for social. No, not G, sorry, O for social, find person. Oh no, I'm the only person here, right? Normally you go O for social, you find person, and you've got all the names of that person in the instance. So if someone was giving you a hard time, the first thing you do, and you wanted to follow it up, the first thing you do is look here and find out exactly what their full name is, takes a screenshot of it, hit print screen, leave the game for 2 seconds, open up a paint and paste it in and save it, right? Takes 10 seconds to do. Come back in the game, and then basically if they disappeared, but basically this is if they were really giving you a hard time and they didn't take a message, and you wanted to give them a message to leave you the fuck alone, right? You just go up in their face, and then when they disappear, just look on the map, like go to the other instances, track them down and keep following them until they stop it. Like give them a message that there will be a repercussion for doing whatever it was they were doing that was pissing you off. There's always ways to get your message across. But I prefer to just ignore someone. That's the best way. The best way is just to put them on ignore and just move on with your day. That's what I usually do. I'm talking special cases. I'm talking about someone that's really being a nuisance, and you want them to stop, and they won't stop, and they just think it's funny to troll you. If you do it the right way, you can turn a sadistic troll into a whimpering idiot within about 30 minutes. If you do it the right way. I go, leave me alone, stop it. You know, well, you know, you're getting a bit of your own back, aren't you? As I said before, I'm like a mirror, right? I'm like a mirror. I give back what, I'm like a bit of an instant karma on people. I've always seen myself that way. So if I meet someone at a party, right, and they were really nice, or just anyone basically that's nice to me, I'll be really super nice to them, and I'll help them out in any way I can. And I will be a joy to know. I'll be really beneficial for them to know, you know what I mean? And if someone's sort of just like an average Joe blow, you know, I'm an average Joe blow to them. I don't really mean much to them, they don't mean much to me. If someone annoys me, if someone started yelling at me in public, I would yell back. I get right up in their face, 2 inches from them, and yell really loudly back at them. I say, don't you fucking... I would go off. Because I'm giving back whatever they're giving at me. Basically, that's all I do. It's nothing personal, but if you're nice to me, I'm nice to you. If you're an arsehole to me, I'll probably be an arsehole back. If I can be bothered. If I can be bothered. Most of the time, I just ignore. My ignore list on one other game was, I think I had about 350 people on it. Or 400, 500, I can't remember. It was a lot of people. And in that game, when someone was on your ignore list, you couldn't see them. I mean, in this game, you can see them. You just can't see them write anything in chat, but you can see them in front of you. They can see you. So it's embarrassing sometimes if you run into someone that you've ignored, or they've ignored you. You can see each other, but there's no communication. But in this other game, you couldn't see them. They were invisible. So you couldn't see them, you couldn't hear them. It was really nice. It was like they were on their side of the invisible wall, you were on your side of the invisible wall, right? Well, what was funny was that you could see who they were interacting with and what they were interacting with. So if they were dancing with someone, right, like a slow dance or whatever, when they're holding each other with their arms around each other, you'd see one person dancing with their arms around up in the air but around nothing, and you think, oh, there's someone I've ignored. There's someone on my Iggy list. And then sometimes you go to sit down on a couch, you click the couch and it wouldn't work, and it would be because someone was sitting in it that you'd ignored. But I was really quick to ignore that game because there were some real strange people in there. Like they had mental problems, like some of them really had really bad problems mentally. They were like, there was people in that game, they were into all sorts of sick stuff. One day I was on a female avatar, right? I always play a guy, right? At one stage years ago, I did play a female one now and then. And this guy wanted me to have sex with a dog. And then he said, I want you to pretend that, I'm going to tell you what to do and you've got to go along with it and blah, blah, blah. And it's going to be the dog and you're letting it do this and that. Oh my goodness. They had a lot of pedophiles in there too that were into babies and stuff like that. I had one person tell me once he wanted to rape a lot of babies. I'm like, oh, fuck off. I don't want to know. That's one place that it's still going, that game too. I won't say the name of it. But yeah, it's one place if the authorities wanted to plant some spies in there, they'd catch a lot of pedos in there. Because they're into they call it the lolly stuff, Lolita stuff. And on their profiles, they've always got those pictures of like anime stuff. But they look like 3-year-old girls with dicks, no less. Their profile pictures will be really sick looking. Like sexualised children, basically. But they say it's just cartoons, it doesn't matter. But it does matter. It does matter. Of course it matters. Of course it matters. Of course it matters. But they call it lolly, L-O-L-I. L-O-L-I. It's short for Lolita, which is an old story about a little, really young girl. And her first sexual experience and all this shit. They call it lolly. And the furries are mixed in with the lollies sometimes, so you got to be careful about them. The ones that get into the animals with the sexual side of the animals. They call them furries, and they'll swear black and blue. Oh, it's nothing bad, it's nothing sexual, it's just role play, blah blah blah. But I've seen them in these games. They're into it. They're into the furry stuff, but it's sexual in nature. They've got these dogs with human faces, sort of dog bodies, and like huge erections and stuff like this. They're right into that sort of shit. And the artwork, if you look at it, like I did, and really study it, the artwork is for the lolly stuff is very similar looking to the artwork for the. They give themselves away. It's very similar to the furry stuff. It's all the same style, and they're often very young. Like the characters in the furries are also very young. But yeah, I've seen videos on YouTube and stuff where they say, "Oh no, it's just cosplay." Yeah, no, it's not. Well, some people it might be, but there's a lot of them it's not. It's a really dangerous world to get into. Because there's the seedy ones on the edges trying to get everyone in to make it all sexual. Oh, thank you for that. That's good. Sitting there, I didn't even notice. So because of that, I used to block a lot of people in that game. Like anyone that was like I thought had mental issues, I'd be like, yep, you're blocked. Yep, you're blocked. Yep, you're blocked. Yep, I don't want to know. Go away. I was like that all the time. And that's pretty much why I block people. I go like, I don't want to know. Just go away. Leave me alone. So yeah, that's why I had so many people blocked. They were either trolls or just really socially bad people that just used people and thought you were like a. Because there was a sexual aspect in this game, so you could have sex and then take your clothes off and everything. And the avatars look very real. But they look like real people. So people wouldn't think of the other people in the game as individuals. They'd see them as just avatars, just like a game they could use, right? So if anyone went too far that way, I'd also, they would basically treat you like you weren't even a person. Right? So they probably treated people like that in real life as well. So I was like, okay, I don't need to know this person. So I'd block them. Block. I only interacted with the nice, intelligent, friendly, together people. And there were a lot of them as well. Not everyone's an arsehole, but there's a lot of arseholes. Did you hear that? Not everyone is an arsehole, but there are a lot of arseholes. You can quote me on that. There is a shit ton of arseholes out there. Because people feel like they get sort of brave behind the keyboard. And they do and say things they never would say in real life. If you were in front of them, they would never do it. They wouldn't have the guts. Some of them maybe would, but not a lot. I made some good friends in there, actually. I was in there for years. And then in the end, I just stopped being social. I started building stuff. I just built nightclubs and all sorts of places. Spent all my time building. This really nice nightclub once. You went down, you came in, you spawned in at the in an elevator, just outside an elevator, and the elevator was at the end of this little long sort of hall, like corridor, like wide but fairly long. And then you went in, and there was a big dance floor in the middle. You walked in, and there was a huge dance floor, seating, couches, all sorts of things. And then there was a big bar across the other end. And there was, what else was there? There was some motorcycles lying around, and it was a really nice area with a big fireplace and some seating around the fire. There was a gallery area you could go up to, walk around the top walkway, and then there was a big huge spa room upstairs behind these velvet curtains with a beautiful LED light window looking out over this huge garden that I built. And then you could go out, so there was a public toilet block, and then there was an exit. And then you'd go up at the exit, then up some stairs, then down some stairs, and then there was this really long windy path through all this beautiful garden. I had it set to night time, so it was like the moonlight was on and everything. And all these trees, it was a bit like a park. And then at the end of that, there was a big outdoor spa with some seating in another dance area. And then at the end of that, it went to the ocean, and then there was like because every map has an ocean if you want to use it. And then there was a pier, a long pier, and you go jump off the pier and you can swim out to this yacht and go and lie on the yacht if you want to. They used to have awesome psytrance music playing there all the time. I had it open at one point I had it open 24/7 as a venue in the game. I used to rotate them. I used to build different ones, open different places. And open it, and just for something for the game, to help the game along, so I open it and then go to bed. Wake up 9-10 hours later and there's all people dancing in there, or doing other stuff. Okay, I'm just going to go and wash my hands so that they're not so greasy. Hang on a sec.
Hello. We come in peace.
I'm no liar. I'm late.
We'll come back. Wash my hands, had a wee. Let's try again. Oh no, I was on the right one, wasn't I? I forgot what loadout I was on.
Challenge of Sune.
They should do. They should just have everyone just come down here when they need to, and everyone's here. You know, they have to be in a party. Everyone just stays here and does duty, does helping duty, because you can kill them even if you're not in a party. I got my cursor back. Cursor's come back. stay till they've finished. Help them out. Seeing they helped me, I'll help them. See what I mean? I am a mirror. I give back what I get. Someone's nice, they deserve niceness. Someone's an arsehole, they deserve to have people be arseholes to them, as far as I'm concerned. I forgot it's just here. When you come out, it's just in front of you. I go all the way around there thinking it's that side. No. And people are only arseholes because they can be. Because no one pushes back. That's why they can do it. That's why politicians do what they do, because they think that no one's going to stop them. That's why the mafia does what it does, because no one can stop them, you know. And the same thing with the office bully that gives you a hard time at work, you know. They do it because they can get away with it. Because no one stops them. And they get a payoff out of it, or a sick pleasure or whatever. So the way to deal with them is create a fuss, as my mother would have said. Someone makes life difficult for you, you make life difficult for them back, basically. So it becomes an unpleasant, they don't get the payoff they thought they'd get. Because a troll or a sociopath or whoever they are, what they'll do in their minds, I think anyway, they expect a certain result out of you. They want to get something out of you, and then they feel this sense of elation and happiness or whatever. I used to know a troll, like a really, really bad one, back in the day, about 2000 and, when was it? 2007, I think, 2006, around then, sometime around then. And we became friends in this chat group, like this social group, like it was a message board, sort of a forum type thing. We became friends for some reason. I don't know how we became friends, but they were trolling people. It was a chat. It wasn't a forum. It was a chat, live chat. Had chat rooms all over the world, right? And you could have private chats with people. So they'd be trolling someone, and they'd be in a private with me, laughing about what was going to go. Watch this, they're going to do this. Watch this, I'm going to say this now. And I got a really good over about six to 8 months, a really good tutoring on exactly how trolls' minds work. That was my first introduction to trolling, and he was really bad at it. I mean, he was good at it. He was a really bad troll. He used to have people screaming and crying. He basically just did it. But the payoff he wanted was to control their behaviour. He wanted them to get upset. So he'd say certain things. I mean, I won't go into it, but he used to say this and say that, and he'd poke at them and he'd confuse them and start saying things that they'd answer to, and then it wouldn't make any sense, and he'd get them all frustrated, and he'd do it for an hour or two. And it'd start off, they were just happy and normal and being there, and he would pick a target and he'd go, this person I'm going to work on them, you know. And then that person would be screaming, and they'd look like a nut by the end of it. Everyone's saying, calm the fuck down. They wouldn't realise it was him doing it. So I know how trolls work. I know how they work, and I know why they do it too. And I know how to get at them. I know how to upset them. It's very simple. Basically, a troll wants a reaction. So you take away that reaction, you don't give it to them, and they get so angry. So angry. You troll the troll, basically. But trolls in this game might be a little different, like someone that's trying to troll a train or something like that. It's a bit hard to just not give them a reaction, because you're physically doing stuff, so it might be a bit more difficult. He was a nice guy too. It was really weird. He was a nice guy, but he had this side to him that he just wanted to get everyone upset. Target people. It was like his hobby. He did it for fun, for sport. So I've seen that. That was my first introduction to trolling, and then I worked out, pretty much like what trolling is and how why they do it, how they do it. How they do it's the really important part. How they get under someone's skin and start making that person just think about it over and over and get really worked up. I actually ended up really good friends with one of his worst victims. Into him, after all. There's a guy called Robert he used to pick on all the time. Day in, day out, because he knew he was going to get a reaction. It was easy to rile up. And I ended up taking pity on him. I was started having chats to him and trying to cheer him up and stuff. And we ended up becoming really good friends. So me and the other guys just stopped talking to each other. But I had learnt a lot by then. Like I had a really good basis for what trolling was and why they do it. And how to recognise it when it's going on. Because it doesn't make sense. It just comes out of nowhere. But you're not prepared for it unless you're the troll. Or unless you're really on the lookout for it. Like they'll say stuff that doesn't make sense. This is the most common tactic is, well, I'll say this, they say something that doesn't make sense. And you're dealing with someone that's taking you on face value, so they start trying to deal with it on a logical way, but there's no way you can deal with it on a logical way because this person's constantly throwing out statements like little accusations and saying, but why are you saying so and so? And they're not saying that. But they go, I'm not saying that, and you go, blah blah blah, and you just keep going around them in circles with these stupid circular arguments that mean nothing, right? And they think it's normal. They're trying to deal with it from a perspective that, oh well, they're making sense, so I'll have to talk sense to this person, and then they get more and more agitated and more aggravated because they're not getting anywhere basically. I saw him do it over and over again, like so many times. All sorts of different ways just to pull someone's strings, push their buttons and get them rolled up. So most of the time when someone's trolling online, take it from me, they're trying to get a reaction. That'll be most of the time. They want someone to get upset. That's the payoff. Just purely, not for any other reason other than they enjoy it, they think it's funny. And it gives them a sense of power that they're controlling someone's mood as well. So, there's those sorts of things that are the payoff. And those sorts of things I just mentioned are the method. And they pick someone, basically, if you don't react to what they say, they'll move on to a different target. But if you react and you say, you like react strongly, they'll go, oh, here we go, here's a live one. And they'll mercilessly troll you. And you just make it worse for yourself. So the best thing is always to ignore a troll. Don't take any notice of them. If at all possible. Because we all deal with them. If you're online, you're going to deal with trolls all the time. You're going to come across them quite on a regular basis. In different levels. Some are less than others. Some are just like they're good-natured trolls. They're just having a laugh. It's nothing too sinister, But there are really bad ones as well. You cannot win against a troll because they want the reaction. So every time you react to them to try and deal with them, they'll get off on it because they'll always have the upper hand because you don't know exactly what they're doing unless you can work it out. So there's only two ways to deal with a troll. One is to ignore them and not give them any attention, and they'll get bored. They'll either get upset and try harder, but then after a while they get bored, or they'll just get bored straight away and move on to the next one. They'll see it was too hard. Or you can point out and say back to them exactly what they're doing, like put a mirror up in front of them, which I used to do as well. That's quite effective sometimes. Depends on the person, depends on the troll, depends on what they're doing. But you can put a mirror up to them and say, you're doing so and so, blah 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 blah. Point it out, and they'll just disappear because they don't want to hear someone. Because what you're doing is you're not talking to them on social media, you're talking to everyone else. They already know what they're doing, but you're saying to them in so many words exactly what they're doing as a sort of a veiled way of warning everyone else that this person is doing it, not to take any notice. So it's like a public service announcement. and they like to do it in a sneaky way. So most trolls will, like the really bad ones, they rely on being seen to be normal and not trolls to get away with it. Does that make sense? Because of the methods they use. Because they want to come across as normal, so that then they put out this abnormal stuff that aggravates someone because they can't make sense of it. They're trying to deal with it, and they get accused of things they're not doing, and about being asked questions that don't have answers, and all this stuff, right? And that only works, for the most part, if the other person just thinks it's just another person in good faith, like they are. That's how they get it to start. Because once someone realises that they're taking the piss, they'll just disengage, and that's the last thing a troll wants. It takes away all their fun. They really have sad lives. I don't know why they think it's fun to upset people. No idea. I mean, some people feel powerless, right? There's this old story from years ago about, like, the father of the family gets bullied by his boss. So he comes home and he bullies his wife. He takes it out on her. Then she takes it out on the kids. And then the kids take it out on the dog. Then the dog takes it out. You know, it's this chain reaction. It's a bit like that sometimes, I think. I think these people, they feel powerless in their lives. So they get power out of controlling people online. It's like a compensation thing. There's a lot of people. I'll take this chewing gum out. A lot of people feel very powerful, very powerless in life. Not powerful, powerless. For whatever reason, maybe they're young and they're still like under their parents' thumb, or they've got a partner that's a control freak, or who knows what. There's lots of reasons why someone can feel powerless. We've all felt powerless. I've felt powerless many times in my life, and hopeless. But there's a test of character. I always say that the true test of character is not how you are in the good times, it's how you are in the difficult, bad times. So someone that's like having a hard time, when they find themselves in a really tricky situation, their true nature will come out. That's when it comes out, for real. So if you've got a friend that's always nice when everything's easy, like I had a friend that I knew for over 5 years, 6 years, and it wasn't until after things got difficult that he started acting in a really, really, really bad way, like nasty and spiteful. And I thought I knew him really well. But when put under pressure, he acted really, really badly. And you'll find that with most people. Like, some people will act really well in a hard situation, in a difficult, like a challenging situation, like an emergency, or when there's, what's another example? When, I don't know, like when you say no to a friend, right? Just as simple as that. Like when you always say yes, they're happy and everything's going their way and they're happy and they're nice to you, right? But as soon as you say no and challenge them, how do they deal with that? Are they mature enough to understand that, sometimes it's okay to say no and that it's up to you? And that as a good friend, they shouldn't be getting you to do things you don't want to do and support you in your happiness and all that stuff. That's a really simple example. Overly simple. That's just one example of like when they're faced with the challenge, how do they react? Like something that they not comfortable with. Do they act badly? Do they act well? Does it bring out their nature? Do they understand? Do they treat you bad in reaction? Or, you know, how does it work? Like a really good example actually is when you've got friends, you've got a lot of friends, when you get the tough times and you're going through a tough time, who's there for you? Because they would find that a challenge because it's not always plain sailing for you and it requires more of them. So most people will just disappear and they won't contact you. I've had it happen to me, like they just disappear and you don't hear from them until everything's okay again, right? Because they don't want to help or do anything, and you find out what sort of friends you've got when you're in a hard time as well. You know? And then other people will be like step up and be like really good friends and supportive. There's my quest. So that's another example where times, you know, things get tough or challenging, people show their true natures. It always comes out. Always. When someone's under stress, their true nature will come out. Trust me. Trust me. It's true of everyone, like every single human being. So don't watch them in the good times, watch them in the bad times and see how they deal with it. Isn't that Ilana? Isn't that the person that was fucking up my rotation? Or is that someone else? That cursor, wasn't it? That's what caused that problem last time, wasn't it? When I left, and it came back and it was all washed out. Just do another force verify later. Sort of spawns up here. And here, I mean all around here, everywhere. I often get it right here. Just there, where that was. It's where one time it comes. The three of them come here. Exactly here, which is why I say if I jump over the cart, they'll come back immediately. And that's why I have, when I do a party, we're all standing here all the time. Because they spawn here, and then the moment the third round comes, the fourth one immediately comes. Because this is where they come from. I don't want to use my bat swarm just in case the assassins swarm. So a good example of why you don't sort of aggro loads and loads of mobs when you're doing assassins, because they're everywhere, all over the place, and then the assassin turns up and you've got to deal with the mobs and the assassin. It doesn't make any sense, does it? Like, tell me, does that make any sense? Unless you want to really make it hard and you don't give a shit.
Your chains and seize control.
Okay, the moment I jump over this cart, they're going to be there, aren't they? There's Tenebril. I'll wait till Tenebril goes away. I think the thing is, don't stand still too long. Jump around a lot. Don't give them a chance to lock onto you. I think that's the way I have the most success. If I stand still too long, they all surround me and they stun lock me and I die. But when I jump around the most, that's when I have the most luck. It seems to take them a few seconds to lock onto me. So I hit him a couple of times, then jump. Hit him a couple of times, then jump. And don't stand more than a couple of minutes. Or not a couple of minutes. Don't stand there more than 3 or 4 seconds. I wouldn't stand there longer than 3 or 4 seconds. I'd jump out, keep jumping. Hit, jump. Hit, jump. Hit. Like 1, 2, 1. So like every 2 seconds or so, just jump. And just kite around, go around in a circle. You know what kiting is? It's an old term. You should know what it is. It's when you go around in a circle. That's what I'm always doing when I'm fighting on my own. Because it forces them to follow you. They don't lock onto you. And I think that's the best tactic with these assassins. Because I have the best luck when I just keep moving around. They can't. The AI isn't fast enough to really get a hold on me. At the moment I stand there too long in the same spot, they'll stun me and jump around me and kill me every time. So I think that's the best way to do it, is jump. Like jump around a ton. So they don't get a chance to lock onto you. Because once they do, it's sort of all over. Once you hesitate, I've got 13 cubes. Should I go for 15? Maybe 15. There's Evil Impulse. That's the guy with his girlfriend that runs the guild Feywood Tavern, right? They had their own alliance. He asked me, like I just joined an alliance. If you see a person called what's their name? Something Van Lich or whatever. What's the name? They're not on. Something that Man Lich or whatever. They own an alliance, and I joined their alliance. They were looking for an alliance member, and that same day, this guy here, it's a guy. This guy goes, "Oh, what do you?" Because I advertised for people for the alliance, looking for a spot in the alliance to help out this other person, Sabora, I think it is. So we've become friends since then. So he's going, "Oh, you should join my alliance, and it's busy, and how's this alliance going for you? And we've got Discord." And he did this really huge hard sell to try and get me to leave the alliance. I just joined that day. I was just joined it that day. He said, "How long have you been there?" I said, "Just today. I just joined it." And he said, "Oh no, you should come to mine." And he made it sound. He did a pretty hard sell, and he made it sound really, really good and really busy and social and everything. And this other alliance wasn't very busy. It was very quiet, chat-wise anyway. But it was only a few hours. It was literally like 3 or 4 hours that I'd been in it. I think it was even less. I can't remember. This is like, how long ago? 6 months ago or something? So, oh no, less than that. No, less than that. Anyway, so in the end I go, okay, I'll leave the alliance and I'll join yours. So I joined his alliance, and it was as quiet as fuck. But what he kept doing, he kept saying to me, "Have you recruited yet? Have you recruited yet?" He wanted to basically turn my guild into a sort of a sub-guild for his own, like a proxy guild of his. He thought of, and that's fine if that's what you want, but that's not what I wanted, right? because I've got my guild. I've had my guild over 10 years. I know what I want for it. But he was saying, oh, you've got to go to Neverdeath and recruit there and spend a few hours and you'll get 70 people like I did and all this stuff. And I'm thinking, yeah, but they'll all leave again, because they're all new. So he was telling me basically when to recruit and how to recruit and pressuring me to recruit. And he saw basically the whole alliance as one big mega guild that he was in charge of. So all the other guilds, and like he had a couple of guilds in this alliance, well, at least one that I know of that were his guild as well. He created second guilds and had alt characters running those. That made it seem like he had more guilds than he did. And one day I hadn't been with them for that long. It was only about a few weeks. And I used to be in their Discord and they wouldn't talk to me or anything. Like it was really quiet and unfriendly and whatever. That's where I started streaming, in that Discord. And then I was like, oh, but might as well go to YouTube and do it there instead. And like do it properly, like better quality, because the quality on Discord's not very good. And it was just really unpleasant. And then one day I was just in my Stronghold. I was actually doing a stream, but it was one of the streams that got deleted. And he goes, how's the recruiting going? And I thought he was being friendly, right? And I was like, oh yeah, going slow, whatever. But what he was actually going was, how's the recruiting going? Like, have you been recruiting? Have you been busy recruiting? Because you should be, shouldn't you? Like this is what he was like. But without the tone of the voice, it was just like, how's the recruiting going? And I was like, okay, he's just being supportive, you know what I mean? So I was like, oh yeah, it's a bit slow. And then I added my guild. I've got Swedish Meatball Society in my guild, right? My alliance. They're one of the OG guilds from the old days. Like the original, it's older than my guild. It's from 2000 and like the beginning of the game, basically. The first few months at the beginning of the game. My guild was created by someone else, but it was created not long, like a few months after that. And then I took it over when everyone left. But anyway, he's going, like I recruited them to my section of the alliance because I'd never been in that position before. I was on a sword guild position and I could invite 3 to my section, basically, of the alliance. As you look at here, I'd only ever been a gauntlet guild, one of these ones, right? I was never able to invite anyone to anything. I just was there. I was invited by whoever, either the high one or the middle one. But this time I was down here. I was on the bottom here, and there was only about, I think, 5 other guilds, including the head one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or maybe 6. Anyway, so I took some initiative and I thought, I can invite. It said, invite to alliance, invite to alliance, invite to. I go, okay, I'm going to invite. So I found this really old OG guild, which is this one, and I was like, okay, I'll invite them. So I invited them to the alliance, and I told him about 5 days later. I said, oh, by the way, I invited this guild, and he was really upset that I didn't clear it with him first. Like, he wanted me to run it by him. And I was going, no, it's like my section of, it's my alliance. Basically, if you leave the alliance, you take them with you. Like, I've been in an alliance once where I was in, like I said, I was in this section down here, or this section here, or whatever, and I was under someone else, and I was friends with the leader of the alliance. I didn't know who the section was owned by. I didn't know them from a bar of soap, but I was in their section, right? And one day I logged in and I'm in a totally different alliance. And I was like, how did I end up with this lot? And I realised that they'd left the alliance and taken me with them. And that was how it worked. I didn't know that. So from that understanding, it's like when you have an alliance in Neverwinter, right? If you're a sword guild, that is your alliance. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Those 3 under you are your alliance. That's your business. If I went to another alliance now, with just the 3 that are there, without anything under them, they would come with me, and I'd have a full section because it's my section of the alliance. Okay. So, anyway, he's trying to say he was upset that I invited them without him, but he could not invite when like me, right? When I'm here, I cannot invite anyone to these. I don't have the power to. it's only up to them to invite. If they want to invite, they can invite. But it's up to them. It's their business what they do with those slots. And hopefully in your alliance you have an alliance that's more busy than this, because these guilds are all really quiet, right? But they're active, but they're very, very quiet, like mine, right? Which is fine with me, except they don't donate, which is not fine with me. But anyway, that's another story. So, but you can't invite. You don't have the facility, as you just saw. I cannot invite anyone else, right? So this guy, he couldn't invite anyone to his guild, so he was going to invite via me and tell me who to invite, right, to my own alliance. So anyway, he goes, oh, by the way, he said, that guild you invited, oh, can you kick them, please? He said, I don't see them doing much. And I was going, number one, you don't know who they are. Number two, you don't know what my relationship is with those people and what I've said to those people and what we've said to each other, and what their plans are or anything like that. You're just assuming whatever. As it turns out, he was partially right. You know, they're a very quiet guild, but the fact was he was just jumping to conclusions. And anyway, so he said, if it's no big deal, can you, no, he said, if you don't mind, can you kick them? That was his words. If you don't mind, can you just kick those people, please? Kick that guild out. I don't see them as busy. So anyway, I said on the stream, I go, oh, here we go. Here we go. I said, I'm going to say something. I'm going to say something. So I wrote him a message and I said, you're worried about this one guild that's not as active as you'd like when you've got 6 more spaces or whatever many spaces it was and all these empty spaces. Why, you know, like basically priorities, sweetheart. It's better to have the stats from that guild than nothing there. And there was all these other spaces that weren't full of anything anyway. So, and he came back and he said, oh, it's no big deal. You know, it's no big deal. He's trying to gaslight me, saying it's no big deal. Yeah, it was a deal, because I wanted them in my alliance. So I left his alliance and took the meatballs with me, and then I got the other 2 to join. I thought, fuck it, let's just like leave me alone. And so he ignored me straight away, like stopped talking to me. Then, after that, some time went by, and he and his girlfriend both run the Feywild Tavern, right? And they left that alliance, they broke up their alliance, and then they joined the Banff Alliance. So they're in that alliance now. So, yeah. I'd be careful in that guild, because he's a bit of a megalomaniac, basically. Just a PSA. He's a bit of a control freak. Like if you've got a guild and he'll try and control your guild, basically. He's got no limits. I mean, it's fine if that's what you're into. You're into like having an empire. Like I said, good luck with your empire. But he never got the message because he ignored me. And like if that's okay for everybody else, and they've got like masochistic tendencies and they like being pushed around and being a servant of someone else, go for it. As long as everyone's consenting and happy, no problem. But we never came to that sort of agreement. You know, he just took over, decided that my guild was his guild to control. I did not take kindly to that. Can you tell? I did not like that, because I've had this guild a very long time. As I've said, I've had it well over 10 years. And I know what I'm doing with my guild. So, you know, if you want to make requests of me, you can make requests, that's fine. And we can have a discussion like adults, like civilized adults, like grown-ups. But don't just steamroll over me and tell me, oh, kick this person, don't invite that person. You know, if you don't mind, it's no big deal, sure. You know, like, no, yeah, it is a big deal, sorry. So lucky I know enough about myself and about the game that I wasn't going to let anyone push me around. You're going to come back, aren't you? He should know better because he's called older gamer. He should know that I'm farming. Okay. He's been around for a while, he'd know. It's no big deal. Everyone does it. It's part of the game. It's been part of the game for years and years and years. People go to a certain map and got a rotation. Like, it's more than this. Sometimes it used to be on some maps they'd go like one group of mobs, then they'd go around a corner and there'd be another group of mobs. They go further around, then there'd be another one, then they'd come further around like in a circle, be a fourth group, and then by the time they got back, the first group was there again. And they go boom, 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 and like over and over and over. And they used to not take very kindly to someone coming along and fucking up their rotation, I'll tell you that. So what I'm saying about farming is nothing new. It's like it's as old as the hills. It's called MMO etiquette. The only thing I'm guilty of is not being clearer with people and saying something. I just go, oh fuck it, I'm going, or you know whatever. I can't be dealing with it. I mean, I could private them and say, sorry, I'm farming, do you mind? But I can come off as a little terse sometimes. And they might get the wrong idea. So I just prefer not to say anything. Or stand in their face and let them know in other ways that they're not appreciated. Not non-verbal ways. So yeah, he was really pushy. Like, and if someone comes that's new to the game, and they have their own guild, and they meet someone like that, they'll think, oh, that's normal. That's what you do. And those people take advantage of other people's ignorance and innocence, and get them to do their bidding, and they end up becoming like sort of slaves, like puppets for the other person, because there is people in many games, it's all over the internet, right, where they like to control other people because it gives them a sense of power. So they, like in these sorts of games, so this is like, this guy wants to control your guild because it makes him feel like he's got a bigger, more powerful guild. He's got more people, more foot soldiers under him, and it makes him feel more powerful, right? That's his situation, right? Makes him feel, gets his rocks off, right? In the other game I was talking about before with the sex and all that stuff in it, you'd find people that wanted slaves and stuff, and they'd want to control completely someone else's avatar. They'd tell them what to wear, how to look, what size boobs to have, what to wear, what to put in their profile, what their name should be, all of this stuff, right? Because they just want to control it like a toy, like, so that's their story, you know what I mean? And you'll always find people in games that want to ignore someone else's right to play the game their way. And it comes in a variety of levels and severities. Like you get the people with the meta that say this is the only way to play the game, which is not true. If you like playing the meta, which is, there's a certain way to do it. There's certain gear you've got to wear, certain companions to use in certain situations, all very, very methodical, right? This is what you're supposed to have, and this is the item level you need, and this is blah, 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 blah. And they're not suggesting, they come into a point where they tell people, you have to use this pet, you have to use this mount power at this time. Can you put this power on, please? Can you use this rotation? And it becomes an order rather than a request. And when that happens, it's a problem. Unless you're enjoying it, unless you don't mind, then it's not a problem. Okay, fair enough. But if you're not aware of what's going on, it's a problem. Because that person's co-opting your account basically and turning it into their own account. And it's like your money, your time, it doesn't belong to them. And there's no, it's not consenting. Consent involves an agreement between two adults. So someone puts a proposition to you and you think it over and you go, yeah, I can do that, or no, I don't want that. But you've had the opportunity to make a decision, and then if you agree to it, then you consent, right? But these people sort of sneak up and they just start going, oh, you should do this, and then you should do that, and try this and try that, and then it gets more and more and more, and then in the end they're saying, can you do so and so please, and do you mind if you just go da 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 da, and you end up playing, and they can also brainwash you into thinking that's the only way to play the game, when in reality there's a million different ways to play the game. Like for funsies, you can play it just because you enjoy it for no other reason than that makes you happy. You can play it because you want to do the most damage. You can play it because you want to impress other people. You can play it because you want to help people. Or there's so many different reasons you can play and ways to play the game. There literally is no right or wrong way to play an internet game, because it's all valid for whatever the person wants for themselves. You put in the time, you put in the effort, you build that account up. It's your account to do with what you want. If you want to log in and just sit there and look at a rock, you can do that. That's the best way for you to play. Do you understand? And other people go, no, you're not supposed to do that. Well, but that's up to you. It's your account. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's all up to you, exactly how you want to play the game. So if someone, and you might enjoy being told what to do, you might see it as getting some advice, You might see it as getting given advice and support, and you might say, well, I like them telling me what to do because they're giving me their expertise. That's fine. If that's what you're getting out of it, that's great. If you actually like having a masochist attitude, and you like being told what to do and being ordered around like a slave and taking it to that extreme, and if you get off on that, that's also fine. No judgment, it's up to you. But it's your decision, that's the key. It always has to be your own decision, and you have to agree and know what you're getting into. I just let my daily off for no reason. Fuck me. No, I won't have it when I go around the corner. Maybe I will. I get 5% returned every time. It's one of the feats I've got. Which one is it? Well, that one gives action points, but that's not much. I think it's one of these ones. Oh yeah, when a target affected by smolder dies, you gain 5% of your max action points. The cooldown of 1 second in between, which is fair enough. Otherwise, it would be too overpowered. But like, because they all get smolder, I've got it set up so they all get smolder. Every time I hit them, they got smolder on them. It's part of the mechanic. But I've got 3 powers that give chill and 3 powers that give smolder. And so they usually have smolder on them. Or Rime Fire, which is an extension of smolder. But when they die, I get action points back. So I did get my daily back. Yeah, there's some real creeps around that take advantage of other people. But you'll always find in every game, pretty much everywhere, where there's people playing it, there'll be people that think they have a right to control your avatar and your game, and they don't have that respect for your control over your own game. You've got to stand up to that. Like if you don't like it, you've just got to resist it. You don't have to really fight them or anything. Like you just don't let them do it. It's one of the easier ways to, one of the easier things to deal with. You just don't let them do it. You say, no, I'm not interested. One of the best things you can do in the world is say no, if you want to say no. Saying yes is not always the best way. And that comes from a place where you know what you're doing and you know where you're going and you know what makes you happy. You've got to know yourself. A lot of people don't know themselves very well. They're looking for things outside themselves to make them happy. But if you know where you're going and what direction you're taking, and if you're pretty clear on that, it's a good feeling to say no when someone tries to push you off that direction, because they don't even have the decency to say, you know, like, do you mind? Or is that something that goes in line with what you like, what you do? You know, is that something you'd be okay with? They don't ask. They just do it. It's very rude. It's so rude. But if you know where you're going and what trajectory you're on and what direction you want to go and what path you're on, it's easy to tell when someone's taking you off that path. And you just go, yep, no, I'm not interested. It's taking me off where I want to go. But you've got to know where you want to go before you can do that. You have to know exactly what you want. So you have to be selfish to start with and think, what do I want? What makes me happy? What I'm doing that makes me happy? Because I used to be, years and years, I was a people pleaser. I always say yes to everything. So I learned all this the hard way. I wasn't exactly a doormat, but I definitely was a people pleaser because my mother brought me up that way. not to create a fuss, to make everyone happy. So I was in customer service for a long time. It's perfect for that. Quests. So I spent many years going like yes to everyone, you know, just because I didn't want to upset anyone. I wanted people. It wasn't so much about wanting people to like me, but it was partly that. But it was mostly just because I wanted to make people happy. I could make their lives a little bit brighter. So if I could, I would. But you can always do stuff. I've got this issue at the moment with a neighbour that lives nearby. She's very old, and she wants company. So she keeps asking me to go over and help her with stuff. But it's just that she wants company. She wants me to do everything for her, and I'm not prepared to because I've got my own agenda. I've got things to do. So she's got children of her own. You know, they can do it for her. But in years gone by, I would have been like bend over backwards, you know, to do things for her. When I first moved to this place years ago, I had a neighbour that I used to go to her house all the time, and we get drunk together and just drink boxed wine and laugh and listen to music and whatnot. And I was there so often that I neglected everything at home. Like I was never home. Nothing was getting done in my own life. I was too busy having a social life with this girl. And, you know, a light bulb she was a mess, this girl. Her light bulb would blow and she wouldn't have any other light bulbs and she wouldn't have any light in the room. And I'd be like, oh, I've got light bulbs, and I'd go next door and get a light bulb for her, you know. So I was always giving her stuff, and then when I needed it, I wouldn't have it. Because you know, I'm always got like what I need in advance. And it was just a real drain on me that everything was about being over there all the time. And she'd go, come over, have a drink, come over. And I used to be a bit of an alcoholic. I don't drink anymore. I haven't drunk for years and years. But I used to really love drinking. So you know, that was tempting me to go over. And yeah, and like I learnt the hard way that, you know, if you just say yes all the time to other people, this can go for your parents, it can go for relationships, it can go for just your friends. Some people have got really pushy friends that always ask them for favours or want to push them around and stuff. If you say yes all the time, when you're doing things for them, you're ignoring yourself. You're not giving yourself what you need. So, you know, I mean, like, it takes away from something. It can't be in two places at once. Some people are better at it than others. I'm not good at it, so yeah, that's my perspective. Where if I was in a relationship or I was in a friendship and I was caring about that person, I would forget completely about myself. I'd only be focused on, are they happy? You know, like, I was a hard case people pleaser, you know. I was like, I just wanted them to be happy. It wasn't for any other reason than I wanted to make them happy, you know. Because it made me happy to see them happy, you know, and I felt like I was being useful and all this shit. So, and people just rely on it and take advantage of it, you know. So I gave and gave and gave and gave, but then I would be ignoring myself. So, you know, you've got to ask yourself, like, am I taking myself away from, because I know there'll be a lot of people out there that are a lot younger than I am that will be in this situation where people are sort of asking things of them and they keep saying yes just because it's easy to do, or they're afraid that they'll lose their friends or that someone won't like them or whatever. It's very common to different degrees, but you've got to say no. It's the best feeling ever, because but to do that you've got to know where you're going and what direction you're heading in. And then to know then, does it take away from that? Does it push me off my direction, off my course? And if it does, your biggest obligation is to yourself, right? You've got to give yourself the most love out of everyone in the world, because you're there with yourself for your whole life. Sounds obvious, sounds like pretty but it's true. You're there from birth to death. The only person that is there for you 100% of the time is yourself. Other people come and go. Your parents die, partners, you break up with them. I mean, if you're lucky, you've got like lifetime relationships, but they eventually, one of you is going to die anyway. Somebody's going to get left behind. So the only person that you can be 100% sure of that you're going to have in your life looking after your best interests is you. You can rely on yourself. So you start to think of yourself in the third person, like as another person. Like if I was another person, what would I do for myself? There's this exercise you can do. If you've got a problem and you don't know what to do about it, imagine that you're seeing yourself sit in a chair in an empty room, right? And you're standing in the doorway. You just walked into that doorway and you're looking in that room and you see yourself sitting in the chair. It's like it's another person that you're looking at, but it's you. And you, in your mind's eye, you know what, and in your mind, you know that they're thinking of what they're thinking about because it's you. It's your mind. You know your mind back to front. So you know what they're upset about. But it's another person, right? And you're pretending it's another person. And you ask yourself this question, you go, what would I say to this person to make them, like what advice do they need? And it's magical. All of a sudden, you go, I know exactly what to tell them. Because it's another person that you're giving advice to. But you often can't, either is A, nobody telling you that advice yourself, or B, you don't think of it in that way in yourself. You're just trying to muddle through and you're just taking it as it comes type thing. But when you focus on yourself as if you're another person and give yourself that love that you'd give another human being, you all of a sudden you know all the answers. You say, what would I tell the person that's got, like, say, like I have a problem with vacuuming at the moment. Like the last 3 weeks, I haven't vacuumed. And I traipse in all of this grit from out in the garden when I'm watering and doing stuff, and the carpet's getting grubbier and grubbier, and it's not that bad. It's not a hovel, but you know, it's getting really untidy, and there's little bits of grit under my feet because I've got bare feet in here all the time. I don't wear shoes, and it's like, oh, I'm not going to get it done, and I can't do it. What would I tell myself if it's something so mundane as that? Not so, because you can do it with really big, deep issues, like if you're in a relationship that's not working out, you know, and then you know all the details, you know pretty much in your heart of hearts what you would tell someone else to do, and then you can take your own advice. You then focus yourself in a way that you just can't normally. So it's a really, really good tool. If I was looking at myself saying, what am I going to do about this vacuuming? I'd say, well, you know, set aside some time and fucking do it. Stop whinging about it. That's what I'd tell someone else. I'd say, like, just get it done as soon as possible. Like set aside some time and just quickly do it, and you'll feel so much better. And give them that advice in your mind, what you would do, but to yourself, because you don't take your own advice. Most people don't. And that's where this comes in. Most people don't know what to say to themselves because they don't think of it that way. Does that all make sense? Party under bridge on 9. Oh yeah. Lighten up isn't bugs. It's just you've got to keep the bosses up away from the lighthouse or the lamp or whatever it is. It is more trouble than it's worth. Yeah, so that's a good thing. So yeah, you got to give yourself that self-love and know where you're going, what you want for yourself. It's okay to be selfish. It really is, because if you don't care for yourself, why would anyone else care for you? And this is like why when someone's single and they're happy to be single and they're like full of life and zest for life, everyone's attracted to them. Everyone wants to date them because they're exuding this aura of this energy of self-sufficiency and attractiveness and strength and all this stuff. And when you're desperate for a boyfriend or a girlfriend and you're like, I just want someone, and you put out this desperation here, no one wants to come 10 feet away from you, you know, it's like, stay away from me, you know. So it's a very attractive thing also to know what you want. Like think of all the millionaires and the magnates, and like Richard Branson comes to mind, various people that are like self-made millionaires and billionaires that have empires. Do they wait for someone to do something for them, or do they give themselves what they need? You know, they've got a very good sense of self and what they want, and they do what they love and they do what's important to them. You know, so find out what you want to do and what path that needs to be, and give yourself permission to do that and feel that and think that, because you're important as anyone else is. Your needs are just as important as anyone else's. Equally important. Not more important, but equally important. So someone can't come along and go, you can't have that because that makes me unhappy. Oh, fuck that. Fuck you. Don't say that. Let me have my life. You got your life to live, I've got my life to live. You get one life, live it. So when you get to that point, basically, where you can decide what you want, where you want to go, how you want to live your life, and even in a game like this, how you want to play it, where you want to go, what kind of day you want to have. It's only after you know all that stuff and you've given yourself permission to think about it and decide on it, go, yes, this is what I want, and that's okay, right? When you do that, then when somebody comes along, until you do that, you can't do this, but when you've done it, then when someone comes along to try and push you off course, you know exactly where you want to be. You know exactly what makes you happy and what's right for you. Is that still on? I thought I heard that music. I was like, how did that turn on? So it's like, yeah, you give yourself permission, you work out where you want to go and what makes you happy and what's good for you and what's healthy for your soul, and it's individual to you. It doesn't not what other people do, it's only for you. Do you know what I mean? Like for years and years I knew that that people would be like successful. You hear it over and over again. Like when you hear success stories about billionaires and anyone that's done really, really well in life and that's making a ton of money and that's made a huge, huge success out of something, they always say the same thing. You know what that is? They always say, I'd do this even if I didn't get paid for it. It's just I've got a passion for it, I just do it. And they always say, I would do it even if I didn't make money, right? And you hear the same thing in self-help courses and in various places around the world and online and stuff. People say, if you want to be a success, do something that you love and that you're passionate about and that you would do for, even if you didn't get money out of it, right? So, like, I used to think, oh, what should I do? What should I do? Because I did other things for money, but what should I do for really, like, make a huge success out of it? And that would be something I'm passionate about. What am I passionate about? And I thought of all the different things that I'm really into and that I really care about. But it was never really, I didn't really get it. I was like, I could do that, but yeah, it just sort of left me cold. I like plants, I like animals, I like gardening, I like wildlife, I like some charity work, I like all that sort of stuff, but it's not enough that I'm doing it all the time. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's things I'm fond of, but it didn't really work. And then one day I'm sitting there and thinking, I'm gaming all the time. I'm passionate about gaming. That's what I really love doing. And that's the thing I'm doing all the time, because I really enjoy it. So at one point I was guilty. I was thinking I'm just wasting time gaming. But no, it's as valid as anything else. It makes me happy. So I thought, okay, and then I'll start streaming. So, you know, like, basically it's a case of you do what you want to do, what makes you happy and what you're doing already. And fuck it, fuck everyone else, and fuck the money, fuck everything else, just do what you need, and it'll work itself out. It absolutely will work itself out. If you don't make a fortune, at least you'll be happy, that's for sure. But yeah, just you've got to first decide to give yourself permission to do what you want and not worry about what anyone else thinks, not let anyone else prevent you from doing it, and not let anyone push you off that course. And you see it from a point of self-love. You don't see it from a point of selfishness and being difficult, because I was brought up to think, oh, if you do that, you're difficult and you're making things hard for other people. You know? But no, that's not the truth. You do it from a perspective of self-love, like, I need this to be healthy. I need this because it makes me happy. And then someone comes to you and says, don't do that. All you say to them is, like, don't you want me to be happy? Why don't you want me to be happy? Ask them why. Why? What is it that you don't want me to be happy? Are you a sociopath? Do you have sociopathic, antisocial tendencies that you want someone to be miserable? because this makes me happy. Like, how is it making you unhappy? And is that really fair of you? You know what I mean? And maybe we should go our separate ways. If you're connected to that person and they've got, like, they're always bitching about something that you love doing, maybe it's time to go separate ways and not be around them because they're not caring about your happiness. Because a true supportive friend or partner will encourage you, will push you in that direction and say, yes, no, it's good for you. So I've rarely had that in my life, with people in my life, of being interested enough to care about what I'm doing. They just assume I've got my shit together and they stay out of my way. But it's not that they hate me or anything, it's just that they don't get involved for some reason. It's just something about me. I asked someone once, I said, what is it? Why don't you suggest anything to me? And they said, well, you just seem to have everything so much together that, you know, what could I say? It's not my place. That's the best I could get. But I never have anybody pushing me or encouraging me. I've got no cheer squad. I have to be my own cheer squad. So it's taken me a long time, many years, to sort of come to the point where I'm going like, no, I give myself permission to do what I need and what I want, and I don't give a shit what anyone else thinks about it. And yeah, if anyone tries to push me off, I'll just laugh and say, yeah, it's none of your business, stop being an idiot. Stop being an antisocial. Antisocial, C-U-N-T. So there you go. All right, let's do another one. Okay, I've got assassins. If I don't do it soon, they will it'll expire. It expires after a certain amount of time. So. Yeah, I think more people need to hear stuff like that to give themselves permission to be happy.
That Ham is not a god. He cannot be all.
It's your life, no one else's life. It belongs to you. It's your body, your life. You do what makes you happy. And if other people give you a hard time, well then it's their problem. I stood still way too long then, didn't I? I should have kept moving.
Challenge of a Monitor.
Everybody needs to give themselves some self-love. I think that's a big problem in the world. I think everybody's trying to get their happiness from everyone else. So everybody's leeching off everyone else instead of just giving it to themselves. Looking outwards for their own validation. Especially people that are into plastic surgery and tit jobs and Brazilian butt lifts and lip fillers, and I mean, they're looking for validation from everyone else. It's pretty sad because they look sort of powerful and strong, but deep down, it's actually a weakness. It's like they're looking for happiness through other people. Their whole sense of happiness is based on what others think about them. It's healthy to a point. It's healthy to a point to be admired by other people, but not to the point where you start sculpting your body in different ways to make them happy. That's a little bit extreme. But you can give yourself everything you need right now. You've got everything in your head and your heart and your life that you need to make yourself happy, and you know yourself better than anyone else. So, you know, start today and give yourself that happiness. And if anyone's in your way, like you sit down and be honest and say, where do I want to go? What do I want to do? What makes me truly happy? And work out a pathway. As if you're telling someone else, you know, where to go and how to be happy. And once you know where you're going, this is what I keep saying because it's important. Once you know where you're going and what makes you happy, once you've let yourself think about it and come up with those ideas and get it solid and concrete in your head, then you're able to sort of know when someone's pushing you off course. Unless you do it, you'll never know. You'll never know how far off course you were because you haven't got a course. So you're continually going to be pushed, without you realising it, pushed often away from your true destiny by other people because you don't even know what your destiny is. Your destiny is basically what makes you happy, where you want to be, what you want to be doing. Your dreams, your hopes, you know, but basically not even that, just what you like sitting and doing. Do you like sitting and doing? You like going out and doing something? Do you like, you know, what is it that you love doing? What really does it for you that you can't help not doing? That you do anyway. You're probably doing it right now and you don't know it. That's what happened to me anyway. Or maybe it's something you always dreamed of doing but you're too scared of. You think you can't do it. I've been there as well. I wanted to be an actor for many years, and I started doing extra working as an extra in film and TV to get experience on film sets, to see what the actors were doing and learn from them by watching them. And I had the looks for it, I had the ability for it, everything was there, but for some reason I haven't got the personality for it. I haven't got the I don't like pushing myself forward, and I get really I get stage fright basically. I'm like, why are you all looking at me? I don't like the attention. So someone that's going to be an actor is not going to be very good if they don't like attention, are they? Basically. So I'd go blank. You know, when I had a few opportunities. If you do it long enough, you'll get little breaks will come up. And I'd be given castings for stuff, and I'd turn up, and I'd sort of sometimes I'd do okay. But then when it came to doing it, I get cast in it, and then when it comes to doing it, I'd be like, I'd just go for it blank. I'd be terrible. I had a couple of opportunities and just blew them basically. And then I realised that I'm just the wrong kind of person to be an actor. I'm not interested in being other people. I like being me. It's like, that boils down to it as well. I was like, actors, I know what actors do and actors are, right? They find the human condition fascinating. They want to study other people. They're always looking at other people and thinking, how can I, what's behind that? They're fascinated by it, right? Real actors, true actors. And they want to mirror, they want to pretend to be other people. That's what acting is. And I'm not interested in other people. I don't care. I wanted to be an actor for all the wrong reasons. I wanted to be an actor because I wanted to see my face on blown up on a huge screen. It was all ego for me. I was like, I want to be famous. I want people to recognise me, and I want to see myself in a part and like how good I'd be and everything. It was all about me, me, me. It's totally the wrong direction. The direction you want to be when you're an actor is the craft of acting. It's like the study of human nature and the fascination with the relationships that people have and throwing yourself into another person's mindset and body. That's all about acting, right? I know that now. But at the time I was like, I just want to be famous. So, I did get, I got enough jobs that I saw myself on the big screen anyway. On TV, whatever. I did a lot of TV. Back in the day.
Ham is not a god. He cannot see all.
Just focus on the assassin and forget everyone else if they're there. That's my advice. I used to do a lot of TV series and stuff like that as an extra, just as an extra. No speaking parts, just as furniture basically. It was a really good job though. I recommend it to anyone, even if you don't want to be an actor. Still do it because they need all sorts of looks. The pay's really good, and it's easy work, and you get to meet all the celebrities and stars.
Challenge of Torm.
But yeah, and I was in a movie where I used to have this ability to, when extras get the job, right, and they turn up for the job, and they go to wardrobe and they get put in their outfits and they get made, usually they don't do much makeup. They don't get much makeup attention. They're just background, just like living furniture basically. So as long as you look okay from a distance, that's enough. But the clothes are important. Hair is important. I had one job once where they gave me like a 1940s haircut. I had sort of like a different haircut, like a longer haircut. And they gave me something from like 1939 or 1940. That was just part of the job. But yeah, the clothes are important. The hair's important. But I used to have this ability I'd walk onto the set when you first get there, and I'd be really quick. I'd get in before everyone else. And I don't know how I did it. Still don't know how I did it, but I used to see where the camera was, where the cameras were set up, and I used to see where it was likely that the camera would be most pointing. And I just ended up finding myself in the right places where I'd get seen more than the others. There was one film, I was at the end of a bar, and I walked in, there was this bar there, and they said, we want some people at the bar and want some people at the tables, blah, blah, blah. It was in like a part. Oop. That's the way. Oh, I better get it over with, I guess. Just jump around a lot. And I'll just wait till my cooldown happens. So I went in there, and I was like, okay, I saw where the camera track was. The camera was tracking behind the bar. There was a rail. The camera track's like a little railway line, right? And what holds the camera sits on a set of wheels. Well, this was a movie, so that's what they used in the movie.
There is strength in numbers.
Like, sometimes they use steady cams and stuff like that for moving shots, but like, this was traditional, you got a big heavy camera and you got a track it's sitting on, and it's behind the bar and it's like moving along.
There is strength in numbers.
At the beginning of the scene, it's like moving along. I thought, okay, that's where, because I could see the camera was at the end of the track where it was going to start. So I thought, I'll sit there. So I just jumped onto this chair right at the end, near where the camera was. So when I ended up seeing my scene, because basically all it was the camera pans into the room. There's a scene going on further up the bar, and you can hear they're talking, and it's just pulling into what's going on with them. And the camera comes in, and then it sort of like, it comes right up to me, and I'm like, I was a third of the screen at one point. I was huge. I was like sitting in the cinema watching the movie when it came out. I was going, oh, look how big I am. It was like a big kick. I loved it.
Tam is not a god.
It was like,
he cannot see all.
Gave me some sense of, I wish that guy would shut up. Gives me some sense of what the celebrities feel when they see themselves up there. It's a real buzz, you know. Okay, I think my cooldowns are there now. Shall I give it a go? Hang on. guess there's nothing around, so I better do it now. I'll wait till my cooldown. So jump around, jump around, jump around. Be quick, be quick, be quick. I'll get rid of this.
Challenge of Ogma.
Okay, here we go. They would all come over, wouldn't they? I should have cleared them out. I'm getting the hang of it now. So I'll just go up the other way. It's only around the corner, isn't it? So I used to have this method, this ability to know where I was going to get the most exposure. So when it came out, when I saw it on TV or whatever, I'd always be like, I could see myself really featured. Yeah. But yeah, in the end, I was like, no, this isn't doing it for me. So it's just an example of how, like, I put a lot of time into that because I was really sure that that's what I wanted, but I wanted it for all the wrong reasons. So that's a part of it as well. I think if you're wanting to work out what you really want in life, you have to really analyze it and say, is this really, am I cut out for it? I mean, that's a really big question you've got to ask yourself. Am I cut out for this? Does it fit with my personality? Am I passionate enough about it? Because I wasn't passionate about acting. I didn't care about doing I did do some courses, but just the character work, you know, just like getting into other people's mindsets and think, I couldn't be asked. I just wanted to pretend I was like this or that, you know, blag through it, you know. But I wanted it for all the wrong reasons, and I worked that out in the end. And then I just stopped wanting to do it. So I saw myself on the big screen, I saw myself on TV, heard myself on a record, I like all the things that I wanted, and saw myself on DVDs and stuff. I did everything I wanted to do in terms of exposure, in terms of performance and stuff like that. Because my mother, she pushed me into performing when I was a little kid. She was like, she sent me to acting classes and she put me in a choir and, you know, put me on TV in talent shows and stuff. I was like, she was a stage mother. And I'm shy, and I don't like attention. So it's like, I don't know why, you know, she was doing it. I think she was frustrated. Okay, I've got 14, so I'll just do one more. That'll be my 15. So yeah, as soon as I found out it wasn't like what I wanted, I stopped. I didn't even care about it anymore. When I realised I wanted it for all the wrong reasons. So, you know, I think it's important that people follow their hearts and do what's right, but it's also that they are realistic about it and like, are they good at it, and are they cut out for it as well? Because maybe you're wanting to do something that's not really the right thing for you. what I've ended up deciding is, you know, it's something that you do anyway, probably. It's probably something that you really already do, that you do all the time, and you don't appreciate that it's that important. Like gaming is for me. Because I've like watched streams before. Why I do streams, right, is A, to leave a little bit of myself behind when I'm not here anymore, you know, when I'm gone off this planet. Maybe my digital footprint will remain, and like part of me will be still here. That's a little bit of it. It's not the main reason. It's just a bonus. Well, potential bonus, because I don't know if it's going to happen. But pretty much, I'd be doing this anyway. So I may as well make a video out of it, you know what I mean? That's the way I see it. And when I saw it that way, I was like, oh, okay, this is what that meant. This is what they mean when they say do what you love, you know, and it'll all fall into place, sort of thing. Like, I don't care if I never make any money. I don't care if I only have, you know, I've only got 300 and something subscribers. I don't have to be the most famous, the most viewed person. I don't care. But I'm doing what I'm liking doing, and I'm filming it at the same time for an added benefit. That's the way I see it. I'll just wait and see if they come out. I can't be bothered fighting over territory. Not this late in the day. So I do it for that. I do it because basically I was, like I said, I was streaming on Discord anyway to share it with the alliance that I was in, and I don't think anyone was watching. I think one day one person was watching, but I was streaming anyway because I thought, oh, why not? It's just something I can. I'm doing what I'm doing anyway, and this is just an add-on, an added benefit. No, they fucked off. Good. And so that's the first reason I'm making streams, because I'm doing it anyway, and I can make some sort of entertainment out of it. You know? Because the other reason I'm doing it is I find streams, live streams, even on playback, I don't have to watch them live. Just gaming streams in general, I find them hypnotic. I don't know why. I can go, oh, I'll just click on one by randomly by accident. And they might not even be fighting anything, they're just running around. They're just running around some game in, you know, the terrain, around the grass and everything like that. Going around in circles sometimes. And I just sit and I watch it. It's like watching TV. It's like it's mesmerising. And I've spent sometimes hours, hours watching streams. And just passively watching someone else play a game. And so I was like, well, not only am I doing it anyway, but I can make a video. Someone's going to maybe enjoy watching that, do you know what I mean? So I'm adding value out of what I'm doing by making the stream in the first place and leaving it up. That's why I always leave the streams up. I don't just do them live and then they come down. I leave them up to watch later. And I think most people at the moment watch them later. That's why I put the chapters in. That's why chapters are important to me. So if somebody wants to find something, if someone wants to find something of interest, they don't have to run run through 5 or 6 hours of footage to find it. But at the same time, if they want to watch it 5 or 6 hours of footage, they can, and just, you know, just zone out to it. So that's why I make streams. I'm like, I started doing it just as an accident, sort of, just something to do, and then I was like, okay, well I'm gonna do a better version on YouTube than on Discord. So then I moved to YouTube, and I used the channel that I already had that I wasn't using anyway. I started doing it on there. So I'm leaving something behind for the future. It's also a historical document about the game at a certain point in time as well. It serves a few different purposes. You know? I mean, ChatGPT, when I asked it to write a biography description for me, I told it what I did in the game on a daily basis. It came up with this byline that said, "You'll go to destination for Neverwinter live streams." And I was like, "Oh, that sounds a bit full of myself. I don't know if I can say I'm, you know, the best or whatever." Oh, well, that's fine. I can't say that. But then I thought about it, and I thought, actually, that's sort of true in a way. If somebody wants to know what Neverwinter's like, what better place to come than to look at my day-to-day stuff? It's pretty much, it's non-filtered. It's exactly the way you normally spend in a game. The way I spend in the game, anyway. Like auction house stuff, bag management, queues, bitching about other people, all that stuff. So if somebody wants an idea about Neverwinter, even in the future when the game's not going anymore and they want to know how it was, they get a pretty accurate idea, I think, from watching these streams, won't they? So that's part of it as well. It's like it's a useful tool of reference, and it's a historical document. When and that's really important to me as well. When they got rid of Sharandar, the original Sharandar, I made a video. It's on my channel if you want to have a look. I said Sharandar won last time, and I went in there. I think it was about over 5 days or something, and I did all the quests. I kept coming back again, and I joined all the videos together to make one really long video. It's like 7 hours long or something like that, because I wanted some record of the maps before they deleted them. So someone in the future that was doing some research on Neverwinter would have that historical reference material. Because my mum taught me, she said, it's gone. She used to be into antiques and stuff, like second-hand stuff and antiques and vintage stuff and whatnot. And she had this saying, she said all the time, she said, once it's gone, it's gone. You can't get it back again. She's talking about antiques, you know, like something from the Victorian age, you know. Something that's like 200 or 300 years old, even, you know. You can't go and get another one. If it breaks, it's gone. You can't replace it because there's nothing left. That's it. You know, they don't make them anymore, basically. So she used to say that a lot. She said, once it's gone, it's gone. And that's true of many things, you know, like relationships and all sorts of things. It's also true of this game, you know, once it's gone, right? So it's sort of like these streams, and other people's streams as well, not just mine. So let her get a hit in, right? I know this person from Skyhold, Pirate Skyhold. Really nice. We did train together once. She'll get credit for everything she hits, so we'll make sure everyone gets a hit in, and we both get credits for the same monsters, right? He's so nice. Such a nice person.
dungeon.
There is strength in numbers. Think for yourselves.
Challenge of Torm.
There is strength in numbers. Break your chains and seize control. Tam is not a god. He cannot see all.
Challenge of Jantea.
Think for yourselves. Sastam is not a god. He cannot see all. Think for yourselves. Sastam is not a god. He cannot see all. Break your chains and seize control.
Where to next?
are here.
like jamming too.
Haste on your sword.
Okay, I am logging off too. I'm gonna go and have a bath, relax, eat something. So I'll just go. I didn't do my randoms, but I don't want to do my randoms today. I'm just going to collect some resources. Resources. Yeah, she's such a nice person. We were at Pirate Skyhold. This guy called George Costanza, he was like, that's his name, the character's name. He was doing heroics there. Oh, sorry, mini bosses. I was farming for my alts, for my alt weapon set. And I was just doing the one, you know, everybody knows that one that's on the island, that big one that's there on the sort of the separate bit. And he said, are you farming? I go, yeah. And he goes, follow me. And he took me up to another two. There's another two just up the hill near each other. And so you do the three of them. Many people know this already, but you do the three of them in a little rotation. So you kill one, then you kill another, then you go back and the other one's just spawning, and it's just perfect timing. So we did it together for a couple of hours. And then the next time I went back to do it, she was there. And I said, come, I showed her where they were. And I said, yeah, you can only get 50 a week. I was wrong. You can only get 50. The black dagger, what are they? Polished black dagger gold coin. I thought you could only do 50 a week, and that was the maximum, right? But you can only do 50 before you max out your storage of them. You can spend them and then go and do another 50 the same day, immediately. You can just keep getting 50, 50, 50, 50. I didn't know that. But I told her, I said, oh, you can only do one once a week. And she goes, oh, right. She said, I've got... So the next time we saw each other, she said, I didn't want to wait, so I tried. I didn't want to wait, so I tried it. And she said, you can keep getting them. I go, oh, right, okay. So I learned something from that. So you don't have to wait a whole week. Because I was waiting a whole week just to do one piece a week. Like the main hand 1 week, the offhand the next, and then go to another alt and do the main hand. Then so it was like 4 weeks to do 2 alts, you know. But no, you can do it in the same day if you want to. So I was like, okay. So yeah, we run into each other sometimes. She's very nice. Such a sweet energy, really nice energy. So I pass on an information that I've got and try and help where I can as well. So we help each other. That's what friends are for. So, alright. So that was a long one. What is it? 2:59. Yeah, I've got to go. I run a bath, have a bath, eat some food. Let's put the music back on. So, and yeah, I'll do my chapters up before I go to bed as well, for yesterday's. Not for today's, but for yesterday.
The challenge of the gods is a...
My bag's full again. Oh, shit. I'll wait till I come back in tomorrow and I'll do some bag management, clear out some stuff. I don't like being full. I've got all of these coins, I've got all these pants and rings and stupid companions I'll never use. I've got all these things, I've just got to parcel them off into the, what's that? It's a Terra, that can go as well into the bank. So I clear off all of this, clear off, so I've got all the ends open again, at least. So I've got my 15 cubes, that makes me happy. Thank you very much for the prize. I'm sure it's shit, but anyway. I'm sure it's shite. Like a black pearl or a divine injury cow kit or something. Let's have a look and see what it is. Great Lathander's belt again. It's like, oh my goodness, I don't need another one. They're so outdated, these prizes. I don't think they've updated them for years. They should put something more relevant and modern in it. Like insignia powder. Oh, it's got insignia powder. What am I talking about? It's looking at me. 10 insignia powder. Oh, well, that's good. All right, there you go. That's good. The die pack is okay because you can sell those, but you can always use them because it's got some okay colours in it. I just think this is probably could be replaced with something else. I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, I guess you can sell that as well. Yeah, maybe it's it's like the big one that you get for the 3 things. I think it should be more like maybe a companion, like a silly companion, like an old one, a basic bog standard one, or an old mount. A companion or a mount would be good. Just a really cheap one, like it's not worth anything, but just a companion in case you haven't got it. That's why people used to like the Juma bags, because they had all sorts of interesting things that you could usually use that you didn't already have, because the Juma bags had everything in the whole loot table from the whole game, more or less. Not everything, but you could even get a cold ward out of that. So out of this, you probably want to get rid of the Greater Lathander's belt and put in any kind of mount or any kind of companion. The coins should stay, but they should go up to maybe 6 or 5 or something. Considering it's supposed to be the big one that you do after doing the other one 3 times, 5 times, or however many times, I forget how many times it is. The die pack is okay, but it's always the same one. That could be different die packs. And the insignia powder is good. 10 is sort of okay, but it'd be better if it was 20. For insignia powder. 10 is really nothing. Like these green ones are 2. They fall like candy. So to give you a sense of specialness and give you some incentive to grind it, I would increase this. I'd put something fun in here instead of this belt, because no one uses that. Like literally no one's going to equip it. I used to use it in the old days. Back in the day, it was okay. See, if you return from near-death status, you and nearby enemies, allies, will be healed for 50% of your maximum hit points and add 1% awareness, right? So I used to use the Soul Forge, because the Soul Forge only used to give me, I think, 10% or something, my hit points back when I resurrected. But I used to have the Greater Lathander set for the whole set. So I used to use the Eye of Lathander artifacts, which is a good artifact to resurrect other people. As a healer, I always use it. Anyway, I used to use the last set, call it the last set, and the Soul Forged enchant. And I used to heal myself up. It was quite powerful back then. I used to heal myself for like 60% of my hit points and get out of a lot of sticky situations, whereas the Soul Forged itself only gave you like 10%. So the Soul Forge triggered the last set bonus, basically. I thought it was ever so clever doing that. But it gave me a lot of survivability. Okay, alright, well, I better go. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, take it easy. Have a good one, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a good one. See ya. See ya.